Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は200日目です。It is day 100, 200. We finally reach our 200th consecutive session. After our lessons today, I'll be doing a tentative take on day 100 to 200. It might be on the shorter side. There are things that I didn't ended up deciding to cover, but it'll be an interesting retrospection nevertheless. I'll try to organize my thought. Most of these are improvised, right? Like, I have thought about maybe writing this stuff out in a succinct manner, but I'm not doing any formal publications of these things. So the whole purpose of doing these tentative takes is to evaluate how well I understand the concepts that I'm doing, like the stuff that I'm talking about and refining over the time. So the natural inclination is to present the ideas verbatim, or like not verbatim, but off the top of my head, largely improvisational. There's a lot to be said about publishing official proofread material. I have considered that, but not for some time. I believe, in my honest opinion, despite committing now over 3,000 to 4,000 hours collectively into language learning in general, be it Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, and talking about it and exchanging ideas, that is a drop in the bucket when it comes to having an aspect and over a more worldly and holistic view of language learning as a discipline or a sub-discipline of learning. So maybe in another year or two, there might be some projects that may be a bit more formal, research, proofread, maybe even peer reviewed prior to being released as a standalone product. But generally speaking, the reason why I stream these things and whatnot is to practice communication skills. And communication skills involve demonstrating how well I understand the concepts and how well I am actively paying attention to the things I'm doing and being able to explain that. Oftentimes, when people present themselves through the lens of a final product, it does not demonstrate well to themselves and others what it would be like in an improvisational position, right? Communication often do end up dealing with improvisation as opposed to something read off a teleprompter or some formal like content stuff. That also goes with by the wayside that most things have a disclaimer. I do this improvisationally, so errors can happen, oversight can happen. I'm not reading off like convenient tools of listing things. I do pull up some data though. More on that a little bit later. For the day, what time is it? It's 4:30 p.m. ish standard time. There's still 1 or 7 here. We're not going to try to hit this 7 p.m. So we'll complete our reviews, which is largely from yesterday's second cache of lessons. So the second half of level 19. Should be relatively fresh in the head. And that also means we want to take it slowly and make sure all the stuff is in line. Yesterday I started something that was gonna officially start today, a process which I'll discuss after the lessons. All right, let's get into it. I see Gucci. in all caps. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder why it's written that way.
Saifu.
Saifu. For fun.
3冊
3冊
順番
順番 Okay.
大きい順
大きい順
資材。
資材 ね 資材 okay.
混乱。
混乱 混乱 what? Or disorder. Uh,
順位。
順位 okay.
善悪。
善悪 What? Oh, they want, instead of bad and good, they want good and evil. That's fine.
Ransen.
Ransen. Onyomi for insect.
Konchu.
Konchu. Okay.
Umeru.
Umeru. Oh, just kidding.
Renzoku.
I had a bunch of typos. Renzoku. Renzoku. Like continuous selling? Just sell more? Forehead? Oh no, just this is just continue. What? Wait.
混ぜる
Okay, 混ぜる What was our combining mnemonic for this? Ma tells us never to mix. Ma told us condors don't mix well with other birds. Yeah. Okay. I keep typing duh. That's not duh.
得意
Dokui. Good at and skilled are very similar. Actually, I might add skilled. Skilled. Don't need skilled at.
続々
Zoku. Zoku. Just continue. What is all the time? Every day? Zoku. Oh, that's another successive. Successively.
Hassatsu
Hatsatsu.
Yoi
Yoi. Alright. Renew. What was that? Renew. It's Kai. Oh, actually, I think we need to make something for this. Yeah, sort of. Because the one that we have, this is Aratameru. No? Aratameru?
改める
Meru. Aratameru. I don't know what I mistyped there, but need one for this because it's relying on knowing atara, but arata is the arata on that, but they're taking the arata, which is not good enough. Or maybe it is. I actually kind of want to look at, well, I have to look at arata. Hang on. Oh, it is going off arata. Okay. So maybe I can connect the arata to arata meru in a read context. And we can connect it to something else, like atara. Arashi. I usually do the thing. If it's not arata, it's not atarashi, therefore it must be arata. But and then what is this? To change something, to revise something, to correct something. Okay. So in order to We often want a change from old to arata. Often want a change from. Actually, this is fine. Oh, so yeah. This is fine. This is pretty good. We'll keep that. Actually works out. Yeah, so sometimes they do get the same thing, but it's not consistent. I'm trying to change that. Uh,
劇団
Yakidan. No. Drama? Drama group. The heck is a group of drama? Oh. I said playwright, which it's eliciting the same feelings. Flower and right. You? Okay. Right. You look to the right. And you see flowers. So it's waka. Oh, walker. Oh, if you look to the right because your youth doesn't let. Okay. Okay. That's fair. It's a little weak. Could do for some reinforcement, but it's the first ones. That's where we start, so we build from that in the future.
Sekijun.
Sekijun.
Seto
Seto.
練習
Renchu. In the middle? In the middle of something. So it's continuous? Oh, wait. This is... Oh, this one's sucky, right? Like in the middle of something. And what is that something? The gang or the group? You're in the middle of a group? Or take along. Oh yeah, that's right. Take along is what they're saying, right? Take along. Okay. 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 That one's fine.
Seku.
Seku. Event is still a festival. Okay. Kyoto.
仏教徒
Okay. Oops.
説得。
Setoku. You acquire a theory. What are you doing when you're acquiring a theory? Would think you have a conclusion. Maybe a custom. Toku. Hmm. It's more like to get someone to acquire your theories, right? To convince or persuasion. Oops, that's Chinese.
Shudan.
Chudan. Gather up into a group. Right? Like organize? Hmm. Guys. I think it's after gather. Still group. Okay. Chaos. Or riot. This is intransitive though. So it's kind of like to be disorderly. And then how did the riot thing go? It's not the violent one. It's be in disorder. Oh, and I don't think we I don't think I created mnemonic for this. This was after the talk. Mida, probably Mida. Midareru.
乱れる
To be in disorder. And how did we mida the mead? Oh, okay. When everything is in disorder, it's finally your chance. You run to the bar and break the window. Yeah, okay. In order to settle the riot led by Randy, let's say the disorder created by Randy's riot was was settled by sharing rare mead. Okay. All right. Next one.
暴力
暴力
多忙
abo ね Oops, it's busy. I said boring.
改善
Kaizen. Renew. Oh. What the? You do? Wait. Panic? Is this a burn? Oh no. This is a burn, that's a problem. I think that's the first problem character. Oh, did I type Hiru or Hiro? I said Hiru, right? No, Hiro. Okay, no, that's fine. My gut feeling immediately went to Hiru for yeah, that's fine. Gotta be careful.
Lambo
violent.
優しい
優しい What? Oh. Typo.
減法
Genpo. Decreased method. How do I decrease method? Is it worse? Does it worsen? Or Genpo. How do I decrease method? The decrease in general? Or is it the method that is not good? Oh, or it's a method of decreasing. Subtraction. Decrease way. Subtraction. Alright, so how we do this? Did we connect Jaku? Oh no, we didn't. Alright, so things are connected. How are they connected? It's gotta it's to be involved, but you don't want to be oh, you got involved in a karaoke thing. Oh, not karaoke thing. Oh, karaoke actually works too. Instead of karate. Karaoke is actually better.
絡む
Karamu. To be involved. Okay, or to get involved, or to be involved with, yeah, to get entangled, entwined, not connection, but yeah, it's kind of. All right, so let's write a new thing for the read. To be involved, right? Just my luck. Daku. Just my luck. I got involved with karaoke. Yeah. Just my luck. I got involved with karaoke. Or I got involved. Entangled. Now involved should be enough for entangled, really. With a karaoke party after work. There we go. All right. Next one.
歴史
Nekishi. All right.
連絡する
連絡する. Take along. Take along entangled. Take along entangled. Lendak suru. I don't know, to take along, right? What? Linux. Oh. This might need an extra thing too, right? You want to entangle someone, right? Like you want to take along someone, to take along. You want to take someone else. So you want to contact the person and come in contact to get in touch. Honestly, it still kind of lines up with to take along, but let's add something here. Renrak. So we can be even more rigorous here with our new things. For your rentals, we want to take along someone. For your rentals, we want to contact a dealer. For your rentals, we want to contact a dealer. By getting involved for your rentals, we want to try our luck at contacting a dealer. That's should be, we don't need involved actually. For your rentals, we want to try our luck at contacting a dealer, right? Just enough to get the stuff. That's Chinese again.
内容
What? Oh, contents. Sure. Oh boy. The flag with the black hole and the sandals. The heck? Oh, footwear.
Isogashi.
Isogashi.
Kaisei.
I say.
Konketsu.
Konketsu. What? Oh.
財閥
Daibatsu.
Konbu.
Kombu. was what was walk or run? No, yes.
暴走
Also, run out of control. Okay, so this is how this is gonna work, right? We already know something, so we can get to the new thing from what we already know. So Genji, right? What did Genji want? Genji, in order to decrease criminals decrease because Genji sends them to hell, right? That's the thing.
減る
That's you know, it works. Ikagen.
いい加減
Ikagen. Oh, it's up. Ikagen. Ikagen ne. Oh wait. This is like worthless or pointless. What was irresponsible? Ikagen. And then adding. So adding is ka. How do I be added? I think this is before we started doing the new routine. So we have to remember this. What are we adding? Quantity. We're adding quantity. So kuwa
加える
And let's embellish a little bit. So if we were to add in order to carry a in order to add more things, we need our in order to add more quantity, we need a car. Right. So that's how we connect to the ka. So whenever you see ka in isolation, right, you think of ka, you need to add something. You're adding, in order to add more quantity, you need a car, right? So then we have kuwa next to ka. Okay. Next one. What? What? Wait. Is that not doubt? Oh yeah, that is doubt. Oh. Whoops. Whoa, what? What? Hold up. Yogi. I got all sorts of messed up there. Had to pause. Yogi. Contain doubt. I was gonna go with suspicion. Okay. That's still doubt, but good enough.
連日
Nenjitsu. Oh, I need a space there.
焼き芋
Yakiimo. Just kidding. Continue. Oh. You have to continue selling for the Bozo Bike Gang in order for two
続く
Shizuku people to advance, or I don't know, wait, what? To advance should be here. To advance and to continue. And then we created something, right? Yeah, two dudes. Yeah, two dudes from the Bososoku gang gets to continue in the bike race. Yeah. I incorporated selling because that was the previous mnemonic, right? Yeah, because we can go with selling as well. You can add more to it, but you didn't need the selling part. I just saw selling and I'm like, okay.
Satsu
That's it. Oops, that's Chinese.
Nendai Jun
Nendaiju.
Shita
Stop. It's working really well, so that's probably what we're gonna do for the next 100 days at least.
小さい順
Jisaijun.
芋
Imo. Did we come up with something for this? Tokugawa, right? Tokugawa. Tokugawa acquires what? So he's gotta acquire something. Nothing comes to mind at the moment. Oh, Tokugawa wants to acquire an elephant.
L
It is. Or it's like army. I suppose. I did write this. No, I didn't write this. I just thought about it. Okay. So Tokugawa wants to acquire an elephant for his army. Okay. All right. So now we have violence and Neru. So this is to be violent. And we have ball. Oh, this is bowling with an ice golem. Now, I don't know how ice golem... Oh, no. That's bowling with the ice golem is the... a busy thing. This is something else. Violence. What are we being violent about? I think this might be before I written something. Oh no, this is we're raging. We're raging because we suck at bowling, right? We're sucking up at bowling, and our calm wizard friend shouted abracadabra, and all is well once again. So this is abareru,
暴れる
to rage. Pretty sure you are raging over bowling poorly. Your wizard friend says abracadabra, and suddenly you started bowling well. Okay, sorry. Like, what else does bowling? Obviously, there's still limitations. You have to embellish a little bit more because there were 2 bowling things in this unit, so gotta separate them by adding more to the mnemonic.
50音順
50音順. A bit off. Wait. A, I, E, O, U order? Wait. Hold up. Oh, A, I, oh yeah, it's A, I, U, E, O. Yeah, that's right. A, I, U, E, O. Okay.
学歴
学歴. Betsu? 別冊?
別冊
Or different. I guess different is what they want. Oh, or another volume. It's fine too. Or just different book. What? What? What's another way to say different? Separate. Separate volume. All of them actually overlaps, all the things that I've typed, but we'll stick with separate. Fine. That's how I get to it. It's like, what's another way to say a different volume, a separate volume? Was this? Yes. Oh.
猫舌
Nekojita.
じゃがいも
Jagaimo.
一冊
Isatsu. Toku? I don't think so.
徳
Oh. Toku. I couldn't think of anything else. This is benefit. Uh,
季節
Kisetsu. Oh. What?
二枚舌
Imaichi. I'm gonna sneeze. Alright, excuse me. The roof. The roof is on fire. Sorry, I was looking at the time. 5:19. We have one review. After this. Roof and reason. What is the reason for the roof? The roof. The roof. Oh, this one's kind of meh. So you like jumped off the roof? That's the reason you're in midair? And Chu is just looking.
Don't
Don't. Man, we have Zaibatsu, Kombu, and Futon in the same set.
Nyudan
New done. Join. Deru and take along. So okay. So in order to take along things, right? To take along things, you have to rent something. But what does that have to do with rare? I feel like it's 2, right? No, that would be 2. I would probably have wrote something like you rarely have to. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's 2. Yeah. Tsureru.
釣れる
Tsureru. Take along. Okay. And did I write something for this? I should have. One should rent at least two things to take along just in case. I think we can make this even better. It's rare to have to rent 2 things take along on a short trip. Or some sort of rent too, so any permutation of this stuff will be good enough to remember this. Okay. And then
参加
Sanka. Where I know this. Okay. What?
毛布
Mofu. Fur cloth? Fur towel? Mofu. The heck? Wool? Mofu. Fur and cloth. A blanket. That one's kind of a stretch. Fur cloth and a blanket is fine.
関連
And then this was not connection, it was something else. Relation or relevance or correlation. Okay. And then okay. Oh no. We did not come up with anything for this yet. Oh, what was the thing? Cloth. It was something like I typed no new yesterday, so it's new no. And
布
you know, it was something like noon, right? I guess we'll use the noon thing. How do we do this? Oh, actually, that's fine. Oh no, it's not fine. You would be a fool not to take a cloth towel with you at high noon on a hot day. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. No. What? Oh, I thought it was... Is that not a Sheen? Yes, oh. Sometimes I jump to gen. It's a believer. Oh, I screwed up. That's not. Oh, I did soul as in walk. No, it is Shin. It's
神と
Shinto. I got the right side incorrect. I'm like, it's a believer. It's like, why don't I believe? Oh, it's almost 6. Okay, it's fine. What's our last one? This is a burn. It's a Oh no, that's Chinese. The heck? Oh, what is? Oh, wait. No. Oh, safe. Okay. Well, let's go over this stuff quickly, and then we can get on to review. It's already looking great for the first day of implementing our new exercise for the fun of it. Okay, so let's do our harmonics. Our momos. These are our momos. Okay, from now on we're just gonna type momo. Or yes. So for our momos, become, black hole, director, reason, ego, and right. And we have 5 momos. Let's try to remember these. Walker. There are 2 here, but we're just gonna stick with Walker. And sheep. Chewy. Reed. And Heck. Alright, and then now we're doing our Rays. Our Riris. Our Riris. Let's see. Imo. Ka. And it's gone. Setsu. Gen. Jun. Yo. Fu. I. Sai. Zai. Waka. Shi. On. Batsu. Reki. Shita. Satsu. U. Chu. O. D. U. I think this is the U. Right. That's the U. That's Kun. Yes. Dan. Ton. Ton. Bo. On. Dan. O Toku Kai Zoku Ren Zen Raku Eki Shi. That's it for today. Wasn't too bad. All of our new mnemonics worked pretty quickly, actually. So that's just gonna be another failsafe, right? Which is what we're gonna talk about soon enough. But before then, I gotta take a quick break. So this is not the end for WaniKani discussions, but it is the end for our WaniKani lessons now. Today is a little bit special. What time is it? We got like 26 minutes to wrap. So I'm gonna take a quick break, but after that, I'll be back. We're gonna be doing our tentative takes for day 200, and the focus of day 200's tentative takes is gonna be to summarize a bunch of things from the last 100 days, and then think about looking at the things that I did in the last 100 days and how that's going to be changed for various reasons that I'll explain for the next 200 days. So by the time we get to day 300, we'll have something else and rinse and repeat. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Stretch, get prepared. It'll be like a 3-ish hour session, however long. So I'll be right back. Thank you. All right. Here we go. So I'm back. Time to start our last like featurette moment. So we have finally reached day 200. And I told myself at day 0 or day 1, I suppose, the arbitrary cutoff time for summarizing things or reflection and whatnot would be in 100-day intervals. This was determined previously from last year when I was messing around and doing Duolingo stuff, right? So we are here again on our second 200 days, or second 100 day, right? And I want to go over first, preface what this thing is. So, every so often, I have these things that I refer to as, grab a thing here, as tentative takes. Tentative takes are supposed to act like somewhat summaries. Maybe progress reports. A progress report of sorts, and they are typically arbitrary time points, and these arbitrary time points are based on experience. So in this case, every 100 days. And what it typically focuses on are highlights, any form of highlights. Stuff that I want to share. It may address a bunch of things that I foresee. So these highlights tend to be things that address potential common questions. They are often inspired by the common questions. So, and it would also highlight things that I've noticed, right? It's often related to things, to anecdotes that I have. And highlights are a way to truncate all the amount of time that I've invested. And obviously a lot of times I could be pedantic, like I feel a lot of people, and say just watch the videos, forehead. But in this case, I've recorded, so there's a lots of videos, right? Videos and specifically time. So this is a way to address these things, and that's what the tentative takes are typically. And they're for this particular one, and it happens. These are often here when we have long projects. So this is considered a long project in contrast to like a video game or other projects in the future. I had a little bit of a smirk because I do have other project ideas. Okay, so for today we're doing WaniKani. So we have 3 different sections that I want to go over, and hopefully they're less than an hour each, but we'll see. I think one might be a little longer than an hour and the other 2 might be shorter than an hour. So section 1, this will be a little different from our other stuff. Usually I do starting with the facts, right? Facts, which is what we're gonna start with this time again. And this is the by the numbers, right? We start with by the numbers stuff. And what is this section? This section is the objective stuff. So it's usually the first thing people care about when they want something on the internet, which is the objectives, like metrics, right? The facts. And again, facts are agnostic. So you get things like how many characters, how much time, accuracy, that type of thing, and it's just listed, right? You just list them. No interpretation or anything. It's by the numbers, and these are the things that at most someone who's uninitiated, right? This is for the uninitiated. And I want to be very direct about this. This is the lowest effort. Lowest effort, both ways. Lowest effort for me and lowest effort for the person who's invested, right? Who's not invested yet. So lowest effort, these are the numbers. It takes me very little time to think about. I just paste the numbers. So I just write the numbers down, right? So this to me accounts for more than 50% of internet interactions. Right. So when you go on the internet, you're just looking for facts. Those facts will either tell you something is right or wrong, or confirm whatever your suspicions are. Those are the metrics, right? By the numbers. Very impersonal. Whether you know 2,000, like if I told you 3,000 characters and then I told you it's 150 days, it means absolutely very little to anyone who doesn't understand what that means. Like, okay, 3,000, you might feel it's a lot, I might feel it's a little. It's not explained, right? Pure objective facts. This is the level that I feel most people use in order to talk to other people. Their advice is based on facts, but they push it off as objective when they're spinning it as a subjective take. So objectives, they don't actually explain anything to you. So whenever someone says like 3,000 characters in 1 year, that doesn't explain anything. It tells you that 3,000 is achievable, like 3,000 can happen in this year. That's it. It's what happens when people use that information that we get to step 2. So step 2 is, what does all that information mean? And it's a little different this time around. We're gonna go over process. So we're focusing on process, which this will deal with a workflow. So we're gonna start with the workflow of the past. So at day 100, so between day 100 and 200, right? So our current workflow, starting at 100 and then coming to this day with the little asterisks, because I did start something that I started yesterday, sort of half-heartedly, and then I started today, which is takes us to section 3. So this would be our workflow, the routine, if you will, the routine. And why is this below the objective stuff? Because a routine is subjective. It's not objective. It might take objective theory, like things that are observed, so therefore they're objective. But my routine is subjective. So this would be where I integrate my experiences. The process is based on my experiences. You can infer subjectively whether they are valuable or not. That is a very clear. I'm being incredibly pedantic in this moment, because it's a distinction that I feel has fallen by the wayside when it comes to how people understand how to improve, evaluate, peer review, find converging evidence, use critical thinking skills to separate what you think are facts to what you are interpreting, right? To me, it's a very important thing that I more or less dedicated my entire life to, the understanding of how to take facts, observations, and use them to try to ascertain new truths, and then collect new objective data in which I interpret it subjectively, right? Those are very important distinctions. I think nowadays belief has led to pushing of subjectivity, pushing of subjective thought as objective facts, and then vice versa. Facts are misrepresented as subjective truths. So those are things that have been very murky and language learning is no different, in my opinion. Popularity is an objective metric. You can measure extents of popularity and influence. That does not make it objectively true that they're, it doesn't make it objectively true, right? In reverse, popularity can lead to the presentation of subjective interpretations as though they were based on facts that don't exist, or evidentially don't exist, or maybe they're weak or have no converging evidence to support. Like being incredibly confident that something is the best way to do something, when the whole purpose of you trying to convince someone it's the best way makes it so that it is arguable that it is the best way. The whole essence of something being the best way would be uncontested. And that is kind of what I'm addressing here. So whatever my routine is and the workflow that I will be suggesting, it's meant for inspiration, right? It is my experience, and that's what I'm going to do. And I will try to collectively explain what my motivations are behind them, hopefully. If not, you're more than welcome to stop on by and ask and I will practice trying to do that. All right. And then the last one would be the process, right? It would be future process. So these would be in addendums, right? So after day 200. So we're really talking about day 200 to 300 now. And what are the additional processes, right? We already started one, but there's going to be others like scripts, right? Or looking for scripts. If not, we'll do it manually. Some additions, things that we're adding, addition workflow, and some refinement, probably. And we'll go over that in related to WaniKani. So the reason why I use the word refinement is because I don't want to use the word subtraction. Subtraction is an incredibly misleading word nowadays. When someone thinks subtraction, they mean it didn't work. That's not true. You can only make subtractions when you did the thing. So in order to know that something didn't work or didn't make the cut or something like that, you have to do it in order to refine it. So you could rely on someone else's knowledge and experience and hope that not doing it at all would not waste your time. But when you do something and it doesn't make the cutting board, that's not a waste of time. That is a learning experience, like language learning. So you make refinements based on your past experiences. I want to emphasize that part because that is a very common way people provide advice. They talk about wasting time. When you have the intent for learning, in my opinion, no time is wasted, ever. But you can still feel like it. So I'm not suggesting that I don't ever ask myself questions like, was it worth it? It's human to think if your time is worth it. But your rationale can change this aspect of wasting time. I choose to do something and I follow through with it to know if it works or if it doesn't work. That's almost never a waste of time. Unlike many who only evaluate based on their metrics, if it was a waste of time or not. And then they do this thing where they retroactively compare themselves with another person. That's like, I have like a financial example. That's like comparing someone who invested in Nvidia stocks, for example, 2 years ago, and then you decided to invest in Sony stocks 2 years ago. And then after 2 years, right, you look, oh, I wasted my money on Sony stocks because if I invested in Nvidia stocks, I would be plus. That is wasting time and wasting money type of comparison. And that is a leap of logic. It's illogical, it's irrational, and it's also often incredibly counterproductive. Some people, I've seen this before, the whole like mantra of comparison is a theft of joy. That's true in many ways, but in this case, I also find that is being used inappropriately in the sense that they're comparing past events. So you're comparing your hypothetical what ifs in order to make yourself feel bad about the things you've already spent your time doing. The fact is, at that time, it was a different time than now. So if you look retrospectively and then you compare two things retrospectively, you would need to know the perspective that you had compared to the perspective of that other person had at the time in order to compare it then, not now. What you have now is information about what has transpired. So why is that important, that financial antidote? That's how I feel the ones that quit, or the ones that say they go on and off and try different things in language learning, oftentimes their comment makes it sound like they wasted their time. Because, in my opinion, in order to get to that position, is they didn't intentionally, with intent, try to learn with that time. So you went through the whole thing and you didn't remember anything about it. Nothing was worthwhile about it. And I'm not saying this from an objective standpoint. I'm saying this subjectively. In order for them to say that they wasted their time, there was of no value in that time. So one of the natural inclinations that I would suggest is that that's because you didn't think there was any value in it. So logically, it would be very safe to say you didn't learn anything from it. Oftentimes things, learning lessons and whatnot, have at least some semblance of value. So if you're saying you're wasting your time, then I would say it's fairly reasonable to suggest that you did not go into it with an intent to learn anything. You went into it with the intent that you profit this very moment, right? Learning doesn't necessarily lead to the profits that you narrow-mindedly. Remember, your past self will typically, I'm not going to say always, but your past self will typically be less cultured than your current self because time has passed. So in order to say it's a waste of time, think about what your past self would think looking at your future self. Did your future self actually waste time? The answer is probably going to be no. Probably not, because your past self will look at your future self as like, well, I did all of that, which I haven't done yet. So that's one thing that I want to say before we talk about like things we do in the future, and then look at things in the past. Right now I'm going to be looking at the past, and then the final thing I'm going to look at is the things I'm doing in the future. So this type of thinking is very important when it comes to aligning yourself with your expectations. I commit to things that I want to do because I know I want to find out something about them. And they can lead into many different territories that I didn't expect. Right? Section 3. Section 2, I can reflect on what I have done, how they turned out, and then that advises me for things that I'm going to do in the future. So, or starting now anyways, in the present. So they're all connected. It's never a waste of time. If something didn't work, I improve upon it, or it just doesn't make the cut. But some element of it feeds into my decisions that I'm making. All right. So that's our introduction, right? I color code this intentionally, so we'll have green, blues, and pinks for our 3 sections. Right. So let's start with our by the numbers section. Right. So this part will take very little time. What are our numbers? So by the numbers. Again, this is the part where, in my opinion, most 80%, even maybe even higher. I'll conservatively say 70%. This is what interests people. This is the fastest thing you can get on the internet. And if you get a number on something, there's probably hundreds, like thousands of influencers in the same subgenre would be able to know these numbers as well. It's one of those things, you walk into a tech like a tech channel, and you see a bunch of specs on a phone. You go and watch another tech channel, a bunch of the same specs on the phone, right? These are objective things, so there's less discussion, no discussion whatsoever, and it happened. So I'm gonna summarize the numbers. There's no like dispute. These are the numbers. So when it comes to WaniKani, right? Because we're at WaniKani, we think about WaniKani metrics, and this is courtesy of something very convenient called WaniKani stats. I'll write down some information, some stat numbers that generally I get questions about, because that's all they care about. Not what happens to me or like what has been done, and nothing. This is the most distilled version. So let's go and grab these stats. So we are currently at level 19. So one could say roughly approximately 10 levels every 100 days, with a drift of like half a level, right? Because it's technically 11 days. So approximately 10 levels per 100 days. So that would give you roughly 10, but it's actually closer to 11. So approximately 11 days per level. That's what this is actually, from my experience, what the vast majority of people are more interested in. I'm on level 19 after 200 days, right? We have to write 200 days. 200 days and 11 days per level on average. And also in these 200 days, we only do one session. And then we're going to go over the session timeline. So this would be our workload, and it's a guesstimation, right? Like it's drawn relative. And then we have day 1, right? 2, 3, right? Technically this happens on the same day, so we want to put like okay. And what happens is the workload starts up here, and then the second day it drops down a little, and on the third day it drops down a little, and fourth day it gets pretty low, right? And then it's really low, and then on the 6th day we spike again, but not quite as high. And it drops down low again, and again, and again, and again, and then we have level up. That's when the level up happens. So this is the workload. So every single day there's one session, and the workload looks like this, right? So these are our workload sessions. And usually, specifically for the WaniKani parts, so minus all the yapping, right? So we're saying this workload is minus yapping. So independent, actually normalized. Normalized without yapping. No yapping. And I can give you a range. It's roughly now, so this is the post 100 day. It's a little bit different. The pattern is still the same for the first 100 days, but the time load is different now. The range is a little different. So the load is going to be by written in delta t, so the difference in time, or not really difference in time, but time itself. Delta t would be inappropriate. So time, and we're going to do it in hours. So roughly speaking, the top load, if I minus the yapping, would be approximately 3 hours. And the bottom load, oh wait, hours is terrifyingly not good enough. We'll say minutes. So 180 minutes, right? 180 minutes, which is 3 hours, and it can get as low as 5 minutes. Down here, right? So it can range from 5 minutes to 180 minutes, and these dips are the way it goes. It gets faster and faster until the new hit. Faster and faster until the new hit. Now, there is something that is also normalized here, and this is without previous levels. So this is on a per level basis without previous levels. Now, it's unpredictable at the moment. Like, I didn't look into this or anything. We're gonna get spikes, and spikes now, after it's normalized, spikes happen potentially every other day. So these can be pushed up every other day. So sometimes it can land on a lesson day. And that's because of the way the schedule works from previous levels. So we can have higher bumps because the previous levels will come back around, like based on how the SRS works. Okay, so that's what our schedule looks like, and it's only once a day. We don't ever look at WaniKani again. You just beat the first battles boss. Nice, Coffers. Very nice. So the reason why this is important, and this is objectively true, is because other people don't do it this way. They do things separated out. In fact, you can go way faster in leveling if you do a 4-hour break the first time something is introduced and an 8-hour break to speed it up by 2 days. And then you can even save another 2 days if you time your 12-hour and your 24-hour. I don't do that at all. It's always going to be around 24 hours. When I have to shift my schedule, I still keep to the 24 hours immediately. So 1 day, 1 session, regardless of what the volume is, I just do whatever is available. And the session, each session, for those who are WaniKani initiated, I always maintain a 0-0 streak. So whatever the lessons are, whatever the review are, when I get to it, I do it till 0 and I stop. It hasn't changed. Those are the facts. So in case anyone asks me, how do I go about doing this? So these are important things. Now we also have to go over one last important thing, right? Or a couple important things. And that's the items learned, right? Items learned. Oh, and one thing I do have to say, 200 days, 200 consecutive days. So we haven't gone on break at all. Just 200 consecutive days. Back to back to back to back. Everything's recorded. There's going to be a change coming up, and I will talk about it in the future section. There is one thing that I do every single year, but it's not going to necessarily affect this. It's going to affect the stream stuff, like what's recorded. But consecutive days, so no breaks, no nothing. If I feel awful, which I haven't yet, I'll let you know. But generally speaking, you can also consider that I did 200 consecutive days because despite occasionally feeling a lot more tired and a lot more, or maybe even more rested, etc., I haven't ever felt awful or bored or demotivated enough to not do the things. Usually when I'm feeling tired, it's because I'm physically tired, not mentally tired. Oftentimes there are a few rougher days because I yapped a lot, and that is my choice. So I don't typically have problems maintaining this consecutive days. Oh, there, Chandan. Chandan? Interesting. Hello. Okay, so items learned. Here's another WaniKani classic, or actually, this is more like an SRS classic, right? People are into their SRS numbers. So items learned, we have in WaniKani, we have 314, we call them radicals in WaniKani. So these are the functional radicals based on Koichi and company, right? What is this, brother? Well, brother, this is a review of the last 100 days of WaniKani. And you have to follow along in order to know what it is, or the details. But it is a review of what happened in the last 100 days. Technically 200 days as well, because this is a summary up to that point. Okay, so 314 radicals, right? Of WaniKani's design. I will add something to this in a bit, but 314 radicals, they may align with traditional radicals or not. I know for sure that they don't, like not all of them do. And then we have 670 characters, right? So in this case, kanji characters. I'm putting them in quotes because there's also Chinese, and that's a very complicated topic. I might make mention of it, but it's more for the Hanzi hero side of things. And then we have 2,123 vocabulary words. And this is also in quotes because vocabulary would be instances of a meaning, but there are far more than 2,123 instances of meaning that can be used with the 2,123 vocabulary words. Thinking of it as a raw entry, like literal 2,123 vocabulary words, in my opinion, undermines the whole idea of interpretive language. So using a language, 2001, like the raw number of the vocabulary does not translate to the raw number of uses for the vocabulary. And that's what I mean by vocabulary, right? And again, Japanese is a language that uses conjugation. So conjugation will change the meaning technically of that vocabulary word. So all of those things are taken into consideration, since I do know how to conjugate in several tenses fairly regularly. So it's roughly 2,123 vocabulary words, along with their like particle uses, quite a lot of them. So these are also the numbers that people will likely ask me, largely due to the care. It's mainly this one, right? Vocabulary, not so much. So they often ask someone who doesn't spend any time or do anything or related, or maybe something adjacent. They would often measure someone by how many characters they know, or they would ask how many characters, right? It's very surface level stuff. If it would be interesting to know, which I haven't done, how many ways I can use the 670 characters that I know right now. Ideally, the vocabulary will is supposed to reflect that, but that is not the case with WaniKani. WaniKani uses vocabulary as a sufficient source to reinforce the kanji. It's kanji first. It's a kanji first application, not a vocabulary first application. All right. So, and also to make it clear, WaniKani has this Guru Plus. So these are all Guru Plus counts, and that means it's the minimum reinforcement window of getting these correct. So just so we're clear about like, oh, how does it count this? Like, what does it mean to have one kanji learned? It's a Guru Plus. So that means it went through a cycle of this cycle here. So it crossed the 11-day cycle. At least, actually, it crossed the 6-day cycle. You can revisit old palaces, coffers. It's in the little box. There's a tutorial should have already explained that to you. But if you click on the recollection in Metaverse, it's there. Yeah. There should be a tutorial for it. Offers. You're jumping the gun. I think you have to complete the story. I don't know if you completed the first palace story, but it should lead to the tutorial for it. Yeah, so don't worry about that. Because you need to complete it. It's designed so you go back to the palace coffers. For this, a guru cycle is approximately 5.5 days for me. It takes 5.5 days to guru something. And that's what is the minimum requirement to WaniKani to consider that you have learned something, right? Not remember or forget. It's not measuring that. It's just measuring learn, in my opinion. So the first 5 or 6 days is the learning period, I guess, or the short-term memory period. And then you move into trying to put it into your long-term memory. And then last thing, which is not as important anymore for myself, but I will state this factually, I suppose, because we swapped up our workflow. But accuracy is something that people do care about, and I would list the numbers and then I would be able to explain it, right? And accuracy is typically broken up by reading and meaning, and then there's a total, like a combination between meaning, and it breaks up by like total reviews, you know, correct, incorrect, and then your 3 categories, right? And your 3 categories, so you get an accuracy percentage. I'm just gonna, instead of providing any crazy numbers and stuff, ultimately the way I do it, nearly 99.5% of the time, I would have the answer by the end of the session. Like, what I mean is, it doesn't matter. I don't account for how many times I guess. Like, I keep working at it until I get the answer. It's been a very long time since I left something like unanswered, is what I would say. So no matter how long it takes, I haven't relent on finding the answer before the end of the day. There were close times, and that's where that 0.5% comes from. Actually, it comes from earlier. It comes from the earlier 100 days before I implemented double check. Once I implemented double check, I get the answer. It doesn't matter how many times I try, I get the answer. So it will always be how many of the things I get, and it's greater than 99.5%. So what I mean by that is, if I have 140 reviews, I will have 140 answers. It can be with 200 entries, 400 entries, however long it is. If I know for a fact that I can't get it, I'll let it pass as a mistake. If I know that I can find the answer eventually somewhere in my head, I'll keep trying until I get it. So more than 99% of the stuff is in my head somewhere, and I'll find it eventually. It can be for those who actually sit through this stuff or watch me. Whenever I get to the end, which I'll reveal on my workflow soon enough, all this will make sense. At the end of my sessions are the roughest, where I would sit there and I would stare into outer space, wander around in my head until I can find a string to get me back to the answer. Eventually it happens. So my mistakes queue is often 0. It's because I should have learned this. And it's the question of my retention of it. And for me, one of the things that I am relentless in is the pursuit of retention. And there's got to be some sort of answer. That I can pull from all the time invested. I don't sit there and be satisfied with, I don't know this answer, just tell me the answer and I'll remember it next time. That is something that to me feeds back on forgetting things. And I'm relentless, absolutely relentless. I do not like telling myself that it is easier to be given the answer and then move along. The reason why I say this is because it's not because I never accept it. When someone provides me an answer, I can accept it, but I also tell them that I don't necessarily require it because I want to bumble through it, right? Like I want to scatterbrain myself. I need to force myself to make the cautious effort of figuring it out or discovering why I don't remember it. It's very different from someone who says, like, I have a lot of time, so maybe even more time. So the grain of salt is I also have a lot of time reserved for these things. And with that time, I want to use it to find why is it that I don't remember something. Not everyone else has the luxury of that, I understand. But if you're a younger person who's learning something and your basic pattern is to Google it because you spent like 10 minutes looking at it and you just have nowhere to go, write down what you would do, what you would know to do, or something that you guess is connected to it. I think even to that extent is still far more in educating or trying to promote someone to do critical thinking and problem solving skills than look at a puzzle, like quote unquote a puzzle, for 30 seconds and like I'm just gonna go on the internet and get the answer. And that is the part that someone might argue, yeah, you lost your opportunity to learn how to think through things because you don't anymore. And that's perfectly fine. You don't lose it permanently, right? This is not a permanent thing, but it does get harder. And it gets harder and harder to the point you might believe. And this is incredibly disheartening for me to see. Some people, it becomes so emotionally and habitually and behaviorally difficult to do that it may seem impossible. And when it seems impossible, the internet will convince you for sure that you can't do it. Maybe you're just built differently. I am not a genius. I have trouble focusing on things. I didn't get to this point by telling myself to not do it, excuse myself from not doing it. I got to this point because I worked on it, in my opinion. And if it becomes too emotionally hard, then I'm not saying you can't be successful without doing this. The idea is it can seem emotionally impossible to like work through things that are overwhelming and complicated because you have to start somewhere. And if you never start it, or you rarely ever start it, everything will seem overwhelming. Like the moment you, I don't know, fire up a game and there's 3 paragraphs worth of text, you read that and it's like, I didn't know anything, skip. Right? It took you like 5 seconds to realize you can't read all of that. So why is this important? Even though I'm talking about video games, in language learning, a component of the language is to read. So when you sit there and you read a sentence and you're like, I don't know this part, I don't know this part, I don't know this. How? Why don't you know this part? What else do you know that is maybe related to this? Guess based on that. If it's way off, find out why it's way off. What is the connection between the thing you think that's way off from the thing that you are, that it really is, as opposed to, oh yeah, okay, well, let's just look at the translation. Oh, okay, that explains that stuff to me. Oh, that explains that stuff to me. Okay. Why I think this is true about the vast majority of language learners that I've encountered, largely because when they think about learning something, especially a language, they want the thing to explain everything to them. So often someone says, oh yeah, I like implicit learning. I'm like, what's so implicit about complaining to me about how the tool that you have doesn't explain everything? It's like, how is that implicit learning? It's literally the opposite of implicit learning. And just for the record, WaniKani, and this is a fact, so this is a by the number fact, WaniKani is 100% explicit. With the thing it's doing. Everything else that it is not doing may be implicit, but that's not by design. So like, for example, if you looked at suru, it's implicit, possibly to you outside of the system, that suru is a verb and it can be conjugated. But nowhere in WaniKani's design is it supposed to be implicit. There is no implicit design that is supposed to give you hints or like something. You're staring blankly at a word and that's it. You can kind of make it implicit by doing something that I did. So for me, now, while this is by design, I added something that made it slightly implicit. So technically, I'll talk about that later, by adding like context sentences for the vocabulary. So the context sentences below is implicit, because despite not knowing some of the vocabulary words, you can know what they mean and what their stuff is by context. Context provides implicit learning, right? So in WaniKani, it's 100% explicit. There's no like right, wrong. In fact, one of the things that make WaniKani a double edge is that it is 100% explicit, to the point where if you wrote solving, but the answer is solve, it's going to tell you it's off, or it might not even accept it. And here's another anecdotal reference of what type of learners are on WaniKani, or what people are conditioned to do. In the community tab, day after day, people submit answers to be blocked, right? To be blocked. And like, for example, if you typed hate, but you really meant 8, and this was the correct answer, and this person will submit this and say, oh, I accidentally typed hate instead of 8 and it accepted it. This should not be the case. It's like that's explicit learning. That's the product of explicit learning, because you already know that you meant 8 implicitly. The system doesn't, it's agnostic. It should be agnostic to implicit learning. As in, oh, this person commonly make typos. H would be one of them, because they might have accidentally hit H for whatever reason. And therefore, you should know implicitly like, oh, they really meant 8, right? So that is the type of mentality that WaniKani has, and we have to keep that in mind. So the system is designed to always be explicit. It has to be exact, and that is both its strength, in my opinion, and its weakness, because it creates a behavior that makes you not think about why things happen, how things happen. You're either just right or you're wrong. Rarely do you reflect on how it's related. And one of the things that I find can be advantageous is if you always type hate and it accepts it as a correct answer, right? The next time, did you type 8 or hate? And then you get a different response, like a different stimuli, right? Does that make you naturally think that, oh wait, this is a fluke, right? Like, are you thinking about these things? Most of the time, people just want things to be marked correct when they're exact. And when it's not exact, incorrect. It's stringent, it's clear, it has no form of interpretation, right? And you don't need to think about it. It's simple, right? That is what 100% explicit learning by design is. And I sound like a broken record when I say this, but learning as a human is not 100% explicit. Or like, for me, it's undesirable to have 100% explicit nature. So for me, whenever I encounter, oh, hey, look, I made a typo, I'm like, I can explain that typo. Like, oh, wait, I made that typo again. Should I consider this a problem, right? Those are the things I do naturally. So whether, and you can make an argument like, oh, well, it's an SRS, and it has to be 100% explicit. It's like, great, make it 100% explicit. But it doesn't cheat me out of anything that I would normally do anyways. I'm raising this point because it's good to be, Arai isn't herself when she's hungry. Oh yeah, she's hangry. Puffers. I don't know if your friend feels similar. Anyways, what I'm saying here is to raise awareness. When you are operating in a system that is 100% explicit, how does that impact your ability to problem solve and use other tools, right? And how does that affect your behavior when you're learning from someone else? I contest that a human being, when you interact with another human being, they do not operate in 100% explicit nature. I mean, you could believe that by suggesting that everyone in WaniKani agrees with you. Basically, whoever like agrees with you on the forum, they're not representative of the billions of humans on this planet. The moment you stretch outside of your tool is the moment you're going to have to execute implicit learning, because 100% explicit would also imply that everyone has the same source. And even then, everyone having the same source of information does not lead to the same reaction or application of that information. Why I say this is because I think some of the root unintentional toxicity with Japanese language learning, especially the community, is this nature. Every time Anki comes up in the story, like when an SRS system gets brought up, especially Anki, their behavior represents this model. And to me, I understand it, so it's no big deal. I just try to speak appropriately in that way. Like, yeah, I understand that you would be upset that you recognize that you had a typo. You already know that you already know the right answer, but you're just upset that the system still says it's correct. It feels like you cheated yourself. Okay, that's fair. Like, I can sympathize with that, but I do not empathize with it. Thinking that it is normal that you must be held accountable for being 100% pedantically accurate is like telling a human being that they must be perfect for the rest of their lives. And that, to me, is a disjointed understanding of realistic things. Like, for example, how Japanese language learners picture fluency in Japan, like in Japanese or in any target language, but really specifically the Japanese language learner, where they get to the point where, oh, you said this a little bit weird, you should correct that. It's like, well, what if you don't correct it? Did you still understand what I said? Because in my opinion, and this is my personal maybe principles on language, language is incredibly emergent, especially taking into account people's prior languages. You might be able to say, if you can assume that everyone was a 100% explicitly educated monolingual English speaker, you might be able to suppose or propose a theory in which you can safely presume people do not have variances in the execution of a language. So when you become intolerant, right, you go around and you suddenly see someone like, oh, they keep saying this weird, it triggers me so much. That's what happens when you have 100% explicit learning material. You become dogmatic. And I don't have to use language learning as an antidote. It happens in science. Maybe way less so. And then also the population is also incredibly small. When one becomes dogmatic, they become intolerant to any form of variation. I should know because I like to flip tables the moment my controls and my standards, like for my experiments, are like 0.001% off of its consistent mean, right? Artifacts in those controls and standards have an appropriate nature that they have to be 99.5% consistent within a tolerable confidence interval, right? That's idealism. That's what happens when you spend 100% of your time learning by explicit resources. So then, in my opinion, you start talking to other people like that, which then in my opinion, you get into trouble. At least for me, like towards me, when you say like, oh, that's not quite right, it's like, well, I'll get it eventually, I suppose. well, can you explain why is it not quite right? He's like, no, it's not worth it. You might as well get something else to explain it to. Exactly my point. Right. So there you go. We got all of the stuff out of the way. That's the objective stuff, right? This is the objective stuff. I don't think there's anything else that will be relatively interesting here. I don't think anyone has shocked me out of the box beyond this for facts. So I would say whatever's on the screen now, if it was legible and understandable, would answer 7 out of 10 stranger questions. Someone comes up, they see me use SRS, maybe it's WaniKani, maybe it's Anki, or it looks like Anki, what have you. These are the numbers that they're interested in. Somehow, all of these numbers will give them exactly what they need. And I'm okay with that. Like, if it goes beyond this, we're going to move into it, right? So, that's that. Now let's move on to our second section. I really thought this was going to be shorter, but kind of digress. All right, our second section, which is our process. So let's talk about our process. We're going to use like different variances of blue. So this is our, in this color will be our 100-day process. So this is right at the beginning of the 100 days. What are the things that I'm doing on a single, in a single session, right? Or actually, not even a single session. We're gonna say one level. One level. I remember that's roughly 11 days. So this is the process that is across one level, 11 days in a summary, right? Let's start in the middle. I think the middle is probably good. Or we can start from left to right. Let's try left to right. So the first thing, we have lessons and reviews, right? So let's do our reviews. Lessons are a little bit tricky for now. So these are our review. This is the review process. So the first thing I do at 100 days was I looked at whenever a kanji presents itself, right? So I recognize the kanji. Then I look at its radicals. Then I go back to the I'm trying to think what I did at the start of 100 days. Kanji, radicals. Then I fetch the mnemonics. And this is the WaniKani mnemonics. Which would then give me the reads. Or actually the read. I would try to find the read, the correct read, right? Then I would translate. So then we would have the translation. So I guess we can write as meaning. And then we move on. That's the basic process at day 100. Now there are multiple things here that we can expound upon. So there is a looping cycle. So reads all this is one thing to note as of day 100. The read always comes before. So this is pairing. So pairing is happening here. It's always in this order. Same order. I'm responsible for the read, then the meaning. That is something that is important to highlight, and this is by way of a script, right? That was introduced at day 100. There's also another script that's in effect here. When I use the WaniKani mnemonics, right? If I get the read and it's the incorrect read, I enter it by way of double check. And then I go back to the mnemonics. I reevaluate the mnemonics. If I hit it again, then we go back to the radicals by way of double check again. And that's the typical string. So I get the mnemonic, I see the kanji, I break it down into its radicals, I think about the mnemonics with the radicals, find the read. If it's incorrect, I'll go back to the mnemonic to think about if I might have messed up. And then I go back to the radicals and think if it's still wrong the second time, I go back to the radicals and think maybe the radicals are read incorrectly. Usually that's not the case. The radicals are very strong. So this rarely happens. It's usually this loop. This loop is right here between the mnemonics and the read is the longest loop. It's the rate limiting step most of the time. Now, occasionally, even to a lesser extent, actually even before going back to the radicals, I actually kind of lied. I would go to the meaning via double check. And then if these two fail, I go back using double check to the radicals. Now, how does this work? So mnemonics lead to the reads. If the read is incorrect, I ask myself, do I know the meaning despite not knowing the reads? Right? If I do, I'll try to use that meaning to get the read. And that could break the problem. So that's another way. But generally, I typically go back to the mnemonic because I want to get the read before the meaning. That's my general preference. I want to get the read and I'm translating the read. I'm not it was different in day 100. Although I did, like before day 100, from 0 to 100, I was doing something different. In this case, a lot of times I didn't do this for the first 100-day review, but I would use the meaning first. I would find the meaning and then get the read. Nowadays, after post 100, it is always the read before the meaning. So I must hear, see the character, and then use that as a way to get the definition of. So I'm translating from Japanese to English is what I'm doing. Now, it may not always happen this way, but this is the way I'm trying to get myself to learn these things, right? So this would be the flow for the things. Now, are there other things here? No, there are extra stuff, but we won't go over the extra stuff for now. So how has this changed, right? Has any of this changed post 100? Sort of. So somewhere along the lines, We're gonna use a different color blue. So between day 100 and 200 days, right? The process, right? Somewhere here, things have kind of changed up a little bit. So when we look at the kanji, we also think of the Hanzi, if there is one. And the Hanzi ends up getting broken into its radicals. But its radicals can be related to these radicals. And this is of courtesy of Hanzi Hero. So now, for the most part, when I see a kanji, I also see Hanzi at the same time. So the first two things I negotiate is kanji and Hanzi, and if their radicals either diverge, so in this flowchart, it can also diverge into, so maybe I should write it this way. So Hanzi heroes diverge. So what this means is, if I look at a kanji and I see the Hanzi as well, if they converge, then they stay as radicals. If it diverges into Hanzi Hero, I just tell myself that's Hanzi Hero. I'm not going to concern myself with any of it. So it'll just be roped off somewhere else. Sometimes I kind of use it to contrast with the current radicals. So for example, kiss. Let's see, what's kiss? So kiss, this is kiss in WaniKani, and this is podium in Hanzi Hero. Sometimes I would tell myself, this is not podium, then it must be kiss. So Hanzi Hero's unique thing, when they divide, can produce an antonym or an opposite contrast to get back to the radical. So that can happen. But it's a very lesser process. I will probably go over this in the reverse in another 6 days for Hanzi Hero. And the interaction is different. The other way around. You might be thinking, are these mutual? No, these are only one way. The arrows are the arrows. They don't go in the reverse direction. Hanzi Hero has a different input in relations, and I extract something different from WaniKani to complement Hanzi Hero. So that's what I do every time. So I see a kanji, I'm like, huh. Okay, what are the radicals? Fair enough. Then when we get the radicals, we have the mnemonic, right? It still goes, I think it still goes the mnemonic. Oh no, now it has changed as well. There's also an additional step here. There's an additional step here that's inserted here. Actually, probably. And that is the intuition step. So the intuition step is basically inserted here where it goes straight to the read. And if it doesn't work, it goes back to the radicals by way of double check. So at the step here, I would do an intuition check now, where I look at it, I just type whatever comes to my mind, whatever the read is, because read always first, right? I type whatever it is, so it hits the read immediately. And if it's wrong, then I go back to the standard cycle. Right. Actually, it's probably even... Hold up. It's actually this first step. So if it's wrong, it goes back to this first step by way of double check. So maybe we'll do... Right. These two. So what happens is I look at it, blurt it out. If it's wrong, I try to pause. Occasionally I would do maybe, I would give it like, nowadays I would give it 3 tries, roughly 3 tries on average. So like I see a character, I'm like, oh, no, that's not it. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, no, that's not it. And then what happens is then I would go through and do this. During this process, right here, what I carry over in the double check is I integrate all my guesses. So I compare and contrast all guesses as I go through. So when I hit the read, it's incorrect. I go back to this. Now I'm carrying all my guesses into the kanji and hanzi. So, or basically the kanji. I look at it and like, I wonder why that makes me think this. So I ask myself, and then usually I blurt out some feedback, which doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment. So let me explain some of the feedback. I've been trying to notate some keywords. So I've been settling on some keywords lately. It's more like a scale. So basically, maybe we'll do a problem scale. I haven't really decided how consistent this is. A problem scale. So it's going to be 1. We'll just tier it. 1, 2, and 3. 3 being, you'll see in a moment. 1 being slight hiccup. So it's a hiccup. 2 being there's a mix-up. And then 3 being potential problem. Future problem. So a hiccup is probably not going to happen again. A mix-up is confusion. There's some sort of interference. And then future problem is need more mnemonics needs more. Like need more reinforcement. Or more detail. Needs more detail. So oftentimes I would say something like, oof, nah, I'm not worried. I would say something like, I'm not worried. Basically not worried to myself. And then this one's like, that's a toss-up. Or actually, I kind of say mid a lot of times. And then this is going to be a problem. And there is one fourth one. It's like rare. This is rare. It's usually I need to fix this. Or I would say any variants of this is terrible. Terrible, so bad. These are the key phrases that I typically use, and it's getting a little bit more consistent. So I kind of know where I'm going with this. Where, okay, we'll see if it happens tomorrow or the day after or when it comes back around. And then Miz like, maybe I should work on the groups, like the group of the associations. Like, what am I getting mixed up with? And in future problems, like, nah, we gotta sit down and sort this out. Or we're going to add more the next time it comes up. So more detail will be added to the thing when it comes back up. And then 4 is like, we gotta go back to the drawing board. I sit down, I collect all the things that are associated with it. So I do, basically, if it's 4, I do everything 1 through 3 to solve. If it's 3, I do everything 1, 2. So the solutions are growing. So as it gets worse, right? As it gets worse, the solution gets more larger. So the worse it gets, the more I have to do. That's the idea, right? And all of this is being done having like some consideration when I hit a problem. So remember that problems occur. Oh, I forgot to say this earlier. Problems occur about 3% of the time. I want to say anywhere between, it's less than 3% of the time with whatever I'm currently doing. There are 3% error problems. So the stuff might seem overwhelming. Like, you might be thinking, why would you think of all these problems? It's because it occurs less than 3% of the time. So in 100 reviews, 3 out of the 100 would force me to do all of this, probably, maybe even less, to fulfill all those requirements. So most of the time, it's I look at the kanji, look at the hanzi, or like think of the hanzi, and then immediately intuit the read. So that's like 80% to 90% of the time when I'm typing and entering, it's already over. Like, it's over in a couple seconds. You know, less than 10 seconds, the read and the meaning is already entered. So we're not talking about any of that anymore. The shorthand is you just get the answer. You intuit the answer and it's gone. Like, you move along, right? These are all the extra steps. So what happens when you iron out the other things, the things that you're putting effort for? Like, these are where all my effort goes in. Why are my sessions so long or longer than usual? It's because of all this other stuff. All right, so now we got to the radicals, and both Hanzihiro and WaniKani combine to also produce mnemonics as well. So this is both Hanzihiro and WaniKani mnemonics a lot of times. Oftentimes, you can, my intuition can also enter in with Hanzi first. So it's both. These both steps are simultaneous. So the moment like I see possess, right? Depending on which possess, I guess. Or what's a good example? Ren. When I see Ren, I see Hito. Ren and Hito happen simultaneously. They're the same character, right? So that stuff happens quite often too, and Ren might come up first momentarily before then. So this can be both directions. It can go both directions. What else? What are other processes that happen? Do I ever fail when the radicals fail? Sometimes radicals are optional. So nowadays, well, intuition kind of just makes it all optional, but things have gotten a little bit more complicated. So now kanji often like intuition, but now kanji can skip over radicals. So kanji and hanzi doesn't require radicals anymore. Sorry, I had to cough. If this fails, I end up going back to radicals, right? Like, if this fails, we do the same loop as we did before. where if the read fails, we go back to the mnemonic. If the read fails again, we go back to the radicals. So nowadays I skip over the radicals. You don't have to typically look at radicals. The mnemonics pick up the radicals. So most of the mnemonics are inserted into the radicals. We don't have to sit there and say, well, that's a tree and a shellfish and some flowers. Okay, what is it? No, it's more like that's a kanji. This is the mnemonic for that kanji. This is the read. I don't even process. Rarely do I even process what the radicals are, because the mnemonic itself is sufficient for the read. So you can enter based on that. And that's how do I know this is happening? Sometimes I forget what the radical is. So from time to time I actually pause on a radical. We're only talking about kanji plus, right? This is the cycle where you're presented with a kanji. But when you're presented with a radical every once in a while, it can get lost. So I know for a fact that I'm doing this. I don't even process the radicals on various situations. And it's especially true in Hanzi Hero because it's like it has a different rotation when it comes to components. I would see a radical and it's like, I have no idea what that is anymore. Is that a cicada or is that a bell? Is that a spike or is that a slide? That kind of thing, that will occur, right? That will likely occur. It's a great indicator that you don't go through the radical route anymore. If you skip over something, it will be poorly trained, right, over time. But ultimately, we still get all that information, right? Again, 99.5%, I will eventually find out that I have learned this. The thing that what does that 99.5% mean is that I know I have learned it. Whether I remember or forget it, that's fine. But I can acknowledge for sure that I am responsible for this. And SRS should be that, right? You want to say that 100% of the time. Like, in my opinion, you might be thinking, well, duh, because you only review the things you learn, so it should be 100%. But we're talking about how one feels while outputting these things. So if you are so far away that you are almost convinced you've never even encoded it in the first place, that's a problem. That's rank 4 right here. So no, I don't rest on the laurels of the design. I try to evaluate how well is it? Is it on a level of 4, which is basically that other 0.5%? When that other 0.5% happens, I'm worried. I'm genuinely worried because I don't even recall what I read about it. Like that, what is important about this is, why do I have a scale like this? One of the importance is to measure, are you active or are you passive? Because if you're passively learning, most of the time, it can indicate that you're becoming complacent. Oh, and these are all subcategories of how I evaluate learning. Like, what is the problem? What is the root problem? Oftentimes, I'm trying to evaluate if I'm actively encoding or passively encoding new information. And if I'm passively, then I become complacent. I've become complacent. And complacent learning is like the thing that lots of people describe where you try to learn something, right? Like a teacher is trying to explain something to you and it goes in one ear and out the other. It's as though you never learned it. That is number 4. Number 4 is when I start to worry I wasn't listening. So my time might have been literally wasted. Like, these are the rare moments. I don't say I waste my time very often. I just spent like an hour talking about how if you intentionally do something and you feel like you're wasting your time, I rarely say that, because most of the time, whatever I'm doing, I'm as active as I can possibly be. That right now, in this moment, not like when I'm vibing. When I'm vibing, I'm passively vibing. That's what vibing is. Like, you listen to the song you listened to 2,000 times ago. Like, you spent listening. You're vibing. So things are passive. You're trying to rest. Resting is involved in a lot of passive things. When I'm studying, I want to be near 100% active. I do not want to waste my time. If I'm streaming and I'm doing the streaming thing, I am wired. If I start to forget things that are important during my stream, it means that I've become more complacent. Like, I've gotten too comfortable and things are falling apart. I'm becoming lazy, right? Lazy. And passive learning, in my opinion, I don't want to be a fearmonger here. It's something to worry about. How do you tell if you have become complacent? Because doing the same thing over and over again will likely make you complacent. And one of the reasons why I change it up slightly every time or add more steps to things is to prevent myself from becoming complacent. When you become complacent, you can be working twice as long, or even like, I don't want to say more than twice, but you can be working twice as long and still get less results or less progress or less satisfaction than not doing it at all, actually, sometimes. So I don't want that. That's why 4 is bad. 4 is very, very bad. It means I literally didn't even recall, or I can't even remember that I actually went over this material. And what I mean by that is I can actualize it, not assuming things. You can assume things. WaniKani, you can sit there, like, in my opinion, I would say the vast majority of users on apps would assume they know the stuff that they passed, right? Duolingo does it really well, and then people come back and say Duolingo doesn't teach you anything because you didn't retain anything, right? Yeah, but it might have not even been encoded in the first place. Though there are, in my opinion, I would argue there are individuals who are so low in motivation, and it can be really tough because learning requires motivation, and then motivation also requires maintenance. You need to maintain motivation. Motivation is linked with active learning. So if an app is providing the motivation, right, then you have to learn what the app is doing for you in terms of the motivation. Otherwise, when it goes away, how do you know that it has disappeared? You could have lost all motivation to actively learn. And what happens then is you're just cycling through, like doom scrolling. Doom scrolling can start at first in active process, like, oh, you're looking at it, it's really interesting, and then you saw the same thing 100 times, and then you realize the last 3 hours you were watching the same thing 100 times. You don't even remember that it was 100 separate things. You remember it as a blank, and you summarize it as one thing, and then that one thing is equivalent to 2 hours. So you spent 2 hours learning nothing. Right? If that sounds familiar, it's what some people might refer to as an addiction to social media. But I don't want to call it an addiction because it can be seen as something that you can't overcome. or something of a disease or something that's predisposed. No, it's a behavioral habit that you can change. You are empowered to change it, right? So that's what I'm trying to stop. If I find myself, and it's not an off on switch. So it's not a 0 and 1. You don't suddenly become passive and you don't suddenly become active. It's on a scale. You slowly, so this stuff slowly happens. And how rigorous your check is how you can tell. So how sensitive is your acuity, is your awareness? This sounds like an obvious question, but what do I hear most of the time? I hear people learning for 2 years on Duolingo, and they just realize that they were they didn't learn anything. Now hear me out. They say they didn't learn anything because Duolingo didn't teach them anything. But to me, what is likely happened is they were so passive in using Duolingo that it only became so passive that they did not practice self-awareness to understand that it's not working for them, right? It's not doing anything for them. Like, what I mean is, it's not doing anything in the terms of their interest. They wanted to do something of which the behavior that Duolingo uses, like reinforces, does not support that outcome. It did do something, probably not the thing they wanted, and that's why it feels like nothing. That is how sensitive your awareness is. If someone literally comes up to me and say, WaniKani doesn't teach me sentences, or it doesn't teach me how to construct sentences, because they use WaniKani for 2 years and they haven't constructed sentences, that is passive learning with a lack of awareness. Why is that? If you're complacent and you're assuming things and you're constantly being passive, you don't even know that WaniKani doesn't even get you to construct sentences in the first place. That's cognitive dissonance. When you lack enough self-awareness, you lack so much self-awareness that the process is completely mystical. It's completely intuitive. Usually your intuition's pretty good. Like, people's intuitions will get them towards their experiences, make up a lot of potential places where you can intuit and learn, right? But there are situations, and it happens far more than I would like to admit, is when someone says something where it's completely incongruous with what they're doing, and there are outrageous, like, to me it's pretty outrageous and ridiculous, but I try to be as understanding, as empathetic as possible. And this is what I mean by empathy. If you're unaware that if you don't have a loop right now, or some way of evaluating when you become passive, like you're no longer motivated, you're no longer paying attention, you feel like you're grinding. The word grinding shows up all the time. I use the word grind in a different manner, so I like to redefine the word grinding. When you are grinding as in you are putting in the effort. It sucks. It could suck. It can suck in a good way. It's stressful in a positive way. Is this the roguelike? Yeah, that's the current roguelike, Coffers, the metro mode. Yeah. I'll talk to you more about that later today, Coffers. So if you go through and you're like, oh, it's the same old, yeah, I just like it, that's fine. Know that when it becomes the same old, the more it happens, you gotta know when it's like tolerable, when you stop paying attention. Like watching a television show, right? And then, like, for example, Here's a good one that doesn't involve language learning. If I'm watching a show and it's 7 seasons long, I think Bree will find this very insider humors. If I'm watching a show and it's 7 seasons long, and 3 seasons in, I start finding myself having trouble recalling what I've seen, I've become complacent. Now the question is, how many people would continue watching the show? Would they become complacent? And how many people will walk away knowing they will come back because they know exactly how to get them interested in the show again? Or what they do. So for me, for example, I've been watching this show that someone else that I've met is very interested in. They are clearly far more active in the show than I am for longer times. But when I watch the show, I would talk to this person regularly about the show. If I notice that I have become complacent, the degree of which I remember what's in the show and how I explain and actively interact with the show, or the video game, for example, Coffers is playing P5X and we're talking about P5X and he's recalling some of our conversations that we are mentioning. If you are not active, it will become looser and looser. There are very clear signs, and one of the biggest signs is to output. You output whatever you're doing. So what I'm doing here is, do I remember my process that I'm learning using WaniKani from day 100 to 200? How much of that I can explain in detail without looking at my notes, going back to my previous videos, trying to remind myself. It's largely because I do it every single day actively. I don't need someone to tell me what I did. I don't need to remind myself. I don't even have to take my notes about this stuff because this is like the back of my hand. I do this all the time. I'm thinking about it all the time in an active way. So let me know the next time you go on a walk and you could count the number of trees you walk by, right? Again, you have to balance this. There's a bunch of active things and there are a bunch of passive things. To me, in SRS, it's already so small. The amount of information that you are responsible for is so explicit. Like, it's so concise and reduced so that it's approachable for people, right? Learning a language, like why is this SRS so addictive or like so much more approachable? It's small volumes. There's less content, there's less context, there's things that you don't have to be as observant in. And then you might be saying, well, that's why immersion is better. No, I'm not going to go there yet. But you can become passive in the context situation too. If your immersion is completely complacent because you think you know all the context around it, that makes retention just as bad, in my opinion, if not worse, because the complacent nature of the immersion context will override your need to understand the very specific nuance of the thing you're looking at. How does that work? Heritage speaking. You can spend an entire lifetime listening to, passively listening and using and confining yourself to a specific level of the language without ever gaining new language. It is very possible, and it deals with active and passive learning. I should know because this is the first time I'm actively learning Japanese, despite seeing Japanese since I was 5 years old. And I still don't know any of this stuff. Like, I'm still learning this stuff now. So yes, you can participate in immersion without learning anything but your intuition. So it's not all a waste of time. Again, it's not all a waste of time. You have to understand that if you spend a lot of time exposed to something, you can try to connect those dots. So you have intuition though. There's still intuition left from the exposure. Like, how do you know that playing this video game that's related to this other video game, it feels similar? So you can use that. Those are leverages. So in Japanese, I say this a lot. I might not technically be starting from zero, because if my retention, some of that might have to do with the idea that I've been around Japanese for most of my life. And despite not like actively engaging in it, some of that passive exposure has made some of this stuff normal. Like, for example, when someone says like otsukare sama, right? The first time I heard otsukare sama written out, I'm like, oh, that's that phrase that I heard a lot of, right? Oh, that's this very exact moment. I can even draw it, right? I can open a canvas and start drawing the scene where otsukare sama is used, right? Or sumimasen, right? Even despite not knowing what it's written, how to like try to pronounce it and whatnot, that's what happens. So not everything is lost. Passive things can happen. When I'm learning, it's always active. So, and these are all the safeguards that I place to keep myself active. What else is here? We don't have to talk about all the extra stuff. Here's some extra things that we added. So once we get to the read, right, there's an extra process here. So there's an extra process that's learned here, which is pitch information. So we looked at pitch accent. We added it by the way of script. Now, you might be thinking, oh, well, pitch accent is not that important, or whatever what this is it's more information. And it's leveraging something that I use most of the time. I'm a dominant listener, not a, like, I have more practice listening to things, like listening to different languages, than I have seeing and reading different languages. So you have to keep that into account. I do want to become a better reader, and it's not genetically determined. Like, I know some people are going to say like genetics and stuff. Regardless of my genetics, it will take me time to practice skills. So my reading might be as negligibly different from my hearing. What I understand is hearing is my primary skill. I practice this way more than reading. Like, the last time I picked up an English book to read for pleasure was a very long time ago. Like, when I read creative writing, that's like over 6 years ago. Actually, I kind of lie a little bit. I did read some loose creative work from like webtoons, like some people like webtoons and whatnot, but most of the time it's listening. Listening is like audiobooks are my predominant. So why pitch accent? Pitch accent display, it links my hearing. It links my hearing with what's written. So now every time I hit a read, this is slightly not true, but every time I hit a read of a vocab word, because there's only audio for vocab, so just the vocab font. For Hanzahiro is different, it's for everything. So for the vocab, the pitch accent links to that. And the extra linking of the pitch accent helps me imagine what the thing sounds like. Now you could say, oh, but you can't distinguish between those that have the same pitch accent. That's true. So this is extra. That's why this is an extra process. It's more info. It's more things to think about. More info to think about keeps me active. In the same amount of time that I'm reading and hearing, I can see the pitch accent. So it's not dramatically or grossly increasing the amount of time that I take. In fact, sometimes it might actually decrease the amount of time, because some things the pitch accent actually gives away. Like ame and kami and kami. Kami, kami. There are very specific situations, and it keeps me engaged. There's also pitch accent differences for WaniKani. There are pitch accent differences for the speakers. The speakers can diverge on purpose because there are multiple accepted pitch accents for the same term. So all those things, it's more information. It's additional information. Whether you remember it or not, that's perfectly fine. What you're trying to do is you're trying to remember as much as you can, not as little as you can. That to me is something that is very different in what I'm showing here. I'm trying to remember the most I can at all times, not the least. I think SRS, the whole idea of language learning, SRS and stuff, people who think they like learning, but they keep focusing on how to make it as easy as possible, as little information as possible, making the process as short as possible. You don't like language learning. You like the rewards of language learning. You like becoming fluent instantly. You could care less about how you get there. So oftentimes you cut as many corners as possible, and that's understandable. That is the most pragmatic way to do things. It's business. What is the fastest way to get to 4,000 kanji? I sure as heck do not know that. I know how to get to 4,000 kanji, and it's not even relevant because I could be perfectly happy with 1,000 kanji. The idea is, what type of information am I storing? So that's kind of one of the big things. For meaning, I think we're switching it up. We swapped up the meaning a little bit as well, I think. I'm not the first 100-day review, I was focusing on what information is being extracted from WaniKani. Now I'm focused on what I'm doing with the information. So what am I outputting as well? But this particular one happens to be a information extractor, right? So these are additional information that now I'm extracting. There's also for this part, there's also rendaku information if it's available, which now is a habit. Now rendaku is linked with what I hear. So it's secondhand rendaku. There's also a additional one now, which you could kind of say it's coming from WaniKani, but going into the read, right? In the mnemonics, there's also an extra step. There's also kun and on scanning and rules, of course. So if it goes back a couple of times, part of the WaniKani mnemonics is also scanning for kun and on. So when all else fails, you go back to the radicals, right? But then you also engage in kun and on scanning. So when all else fails, I just tell myself what all the kuns and all the ons that I know, or all the specials, right? And that requires a different type of logic. There's also, this breaks down. So let's just highlight this as a post-day. So there's troubleshooting. There's also troubleshooting circuit, which is what I was trying to illustrate on that graph, but or on that flowchart. But it's kind of different, actually. How about yeah. So what happens is, if I get this multiple wrong, like this loops poorly, there's a troubleshooting circuit. So we go to troubleshooting, and this troubleshooting, usually we start with intuition, right? And then intuition fails. Then we go to our into our mnemonics, whatever form of mnemonics we have, everything, right? And then this is where the troubleshooting circuit happens. Or we'll just call this the troubleshooting circuit. What happens then is I do scanning. And scanning involves plot as much information as I have. Plot all information that I have. Whatever I can think of, like that's relevant. Right? And then I go back to scanning. And if scanning checks out, I go back to the mnemonics. And then hopefully then I would get the output. I would output the answer, right? So this part. Well, what does troubleshooting mean? When we get into troubleshooting, we use move to end. Move to end. And move to end means that it just gets shifted to the end of the pile, the end of the review pile. So they'll all be piled up. And then when they're all piled up, I go through the troubleshooting circuit, which is the same process in the beginning. So you enter through intuition, mnemonic. Why do I enter intuition again? It's because sometimes, I forgot what this is called, but having a second look, by having a second look by detaching yourself from the previous thought, like the previous thoughts. So when I loop enough, I'm like, I can't get this. We're gonna move it to the end, right? When you come back around to it, you might not be approaching it the same way again. Your thought, like your intuition, which leads into your mnemonics, might follow a different thought process. It can happen, and it happens quite often. But despite having a small sample size, which is like roughly 3 to 7, right? Again, I would say 3%. Roughly 3%. So that's like numbers in 3 to 7 examples. Because I have roughly like I have more than 100 a lot of times. So 3 to 7, right, raw. And when you go back and look at those 3 to 7, your intuition might check out differently. That's because a lot of them are hiccups. So when you have hiccups and or mix-ups, a second go will resolve them a lot of times. The mix-up is about a 50-50, but it's more like a 60-40. Like if the 40 fails, I might end up going towards the 60%, and it fixes itself like a natural coin toss, but maybe with a lean, right? And hiccups are, if it comes back around, it will just solve itself. It'll resolve itself. So that's when you get it. And then when you fail, when mnemonics, again, they all fail again, and now I'm scanning, I'm starting to scan, these are future problems. That's when we hit future problems. So future problems involve scanning, which means that I have to plot all the relevant information. And what becomes of this relevant information is why, how, and when I'm making these errors. What are the reasons? Why am I making these errors? So the idea here is now there's a time and place in my sessions that I'm thinking differently. As in, now I'm focused on this part. I'm focusing on why, how, and when I'm having trouble. And that trouble happens in a fixed place in my session. So my thought is now not about, oh, I should know this. I already know this. I'm heightened to the point where I need to understand why I'm getting this wrong. Why is this constantly happening? How is this happening? And in what context? When did this happen? How often did this happen? So despite having a second look, which is part of the process, for lack of a better word, the end of my sessions are specifically focused on why I'm making those errors. And most of the time, it's under 3, not 4. So that means that most of the time I get the answer, eventually. But how I got to the answer is the most important part. So that the problem doesn't come up again. Sometimes just doing this, scanning, putting all the information relevant, can lead to intuition. You can end up intuiting the future. Like, I can't tell you how many times I looked at something and I'm like, okay, I feel that this is a problem. Or something you'll probably hear if there is a kanji that was resolved based on the scanning process and the plotting process. The next time I encounter it, I would say something like, I feel this is special. I say this a lot. I pause. It's like, something is making me pause. Like I would literally pause in my head because I would go through the intuition, right? I would go through the first 2 steps and then suddenly I'm just stopped. I'm like, wait, why does this feel so familiar? With this very specific, so right, the moment I go into intuition, go into mnemonics, I'm like, I've been here before. So my intuitions are telling me these things, and these are the relevant mnemonics. What have I done next? And usually, it immediately leads to the answer. It goes right to the answer. As in, oh yeah, this, then, that time, this is the answer. And over time, once I do that once, I do it again, it gets smaller and smaller. As in, the distance between the answer and the scanning gets smaller and smaller, because at some point you're refining, you're getting rid of the fat, like you're trimming the gristle, right? So you're, by intuition alone, the distance between the answer, so you start skipping things, right? That's kind of why the radicals get skipped over time, and then the mnemonics get skipped over time when you start associating the read with the kanji. So that's why intuition goes straight from the kanji to the read, and then the read to the meaning, without needing to rely on radicals and mnemonics, right? That's what this is a separate cycle within troubleshooting. How do you resolve your problems? How do you get done with your whys, hows, and whens? And I'm not going to go into that here. I think it's going to take too long to go into it. But whys would be looking at interference, right? Why can be looking at interference. Why could be contextual, like is the mnemonic unrelatable, unsympathetic? How you get from your whys, like if it's unsympathetic, it's not emotional, or it's not relatable, how you change it. You change it based on that. Make it relatable, make it sympathetic, right? And then when helps, because you can say, it's whenever this is next to this, and when you think about it, they look similar. So then your when turns into your how, and then your how explains why, because the characters are similar, or the mnemonics are similar, or so when you ask these questions, you resolve them very quickly. And right now, it sounds very laborious. It sounds like, oh man, if you do this, like, how do you have time to do all of this, like, all the time? It's like, you're not doing this all the time. I'm doing this less than 3% of the time. And then of that 3%, it doesn't even get this far. And you're only doing it enough to not have to do this anymore. The idea is, if you don't do this at all, you have no way of improving how you solve problems. How do you solve memory problems? How do you even know what the problem is? You don't, in my opinion. Like, if you're not practicing it, you don't. So despite it being rare, it will still happen. Now, the reason why I don't want to go into all the details of this is because I don't do it that often. It's not often enough yet where I would say I'm going to dedicate an hour to how I scan and stuff. You can already imagine what it's like. So for WaniKani, the scanning would deal with all the kunyomis, all the onyomis, and then the level. What level was it on? What are the related antonyms and synonyms? What are the context sentences if I remember something? I actually, one time, I literally recalled the context sentence. Like, it didn't matter if I understood the context sentence. I heard the context sentence again, and I knew what the answer was. Right? That's how wonderful your brain can be. Your brain can be wonderful in the sense that you don't even have to know a language to feel the language or feel the situation. So you can rely on that too, to get to learning something, to encoding something. So you don't do this very often. And when you have to try extra hard. The reason why you have to try extra hard is because you won't want that thing to happen again, and you don't practice it very often. So you have to try hard in the things you don't practice very often. So if you're saying you're always getting the right answer all the time, then it serves logically that you don't spend time solving problems. So most of my efforts and the things that I talk about involves troubleshooting. Like 99% of the time, I turn my brain off. Actually, that's not true. If I turn off my brain, then nothing will get learned. But what I mean is I'm operating on not my threshold. Like oftentimes I would say I'm trying my best. Right? I'm trying my best. That's not technically true. I'm doing the most appropriate amount. Doing appropriately. But my best is not what people think is my best. The best only occurs when I'm solving problems. Because I'm more equipped and focused on double downing on problems than I am with no problems. When I don't have a problem, it's not engaging. When I don't have something that I need to work on, it becomes boring. If you think something is working really well and you keep convincing yourself it's working really well, you work less and less. You spend less and less time working. When a successful person is thinking something works well, they're thinking, can I make it work better? They're constantly tackling more, not if it's working well, don't fix it, and I'm going to continue to get diminished return because you're human. And if you're human, you keep doing the same thing, expecting the same results. That's ironically not true either, but like in a different way. The idiom I think most of the time that people think about is it's a testament of insanity if you keep doing the same thing expecting a different result. But in this line of thought, when you keep doing something, you're actually expecting a different result. When you keep doing something exactly the same, you are more than likely to encounter diminished return. Because diminished return is part of the human condition. You get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. And if somewhere in your mind thinking if you keep doing the same thing, you'll always constantly get the same results, as in like cruise the same way, that is so not true. That is so far from the truth. It is almost deleterious to people's health. How many times have you seen a talented person become jaded and cynical about their progress because they believe their improvement is logarithmic for the rest of their life? That's just not true. I can't even defend or concede in that. So the moment you get used to that, then there's a push and a motivation for, okay, well, this works well now. How do I get further ahead? How do I commit to something else? I know this is working pretty well, but I can do better, right? And doing better doesn't mean you always succeed in getting better or making the process better. It requires trial and error. It requires problem solving. So the things I'm about to talk about, this is the segue to the last portion, which is what I'm going to do in the future for WaniKani, which I set up here. The stuff that I'm about to talk about may turn out to be not that great. You know, like, what I mean is, on paper, other people might not agree with it. They might think it's a waste of time, it's superfluous. Maybe they tried it and it was relatively insignificant. The idea is that I'm doing something different. There's a swap up. It's helping me keep engaged. So, despite focusing on the results or the progress, I'm focusing on the process. So now, what are the things that we're gonna start doing more of, right? And one of them deals with this loop. Like, this loop, I did avoid explaining, like, what are the whys that I ask, what are the hows that I ask, what are the whens that I ask. The reason why I avoid them is I didn't really get into the groove of normalizing all this, so it's not like a fixed routine. And also, it shouldn't be the same thing. For each and every person, these questions should not be the same. If they are the same, yeah, maybe you guys should get married if if you're attracted to each other, because that's a match made in heaven, right? Somehow you ask the same whys and hows and whens. That is absurd. That's like asking your parallel universe person to have similar answers. So it's not important what the specifics of why, how, and when is. Do you remember them, and does it help you troubleshoot? So through all of this and Hanzahiro, I found that I'm going to add a new thing to this, because most of my focus was on getting the last bit, right? The last bit. And yes, some people might be happy with, I don't know, 90% or 95% or even 80 or 70%. I'm happy with 70%, right? If I started with 70%, I'm happy with that. But I could get 85%, and then 85% can turn into 90%, and 90% can turn into 91%. And then eventually, like 3 years now, it can be 99.9, but I will still be happy with 99.91%. The idea is, at some point, if you keep wanting to do something, you got to keep encouraging yourself to do better, or like coming up with things. And yes, it's not always in the positive direction. When I'm suddenly like 95%, it could drop down to 90% because I might be doing other things. So WaniKani right now, right, to give you a ounce of like grain of salt, I'm doing WaniKani while I'm integrating with Hanzahiro. So if you're only doing WaniKani, a lot of this stuff might not even have the same results. Because in my opinion, someone who is far more focused, if they are actively as focused as I am, like for example, if I were to compare myself to my clone at 100 days ago, if I decided to drop Hanzahiro, like some parallel universe divergent decision was to drop Hanzahiro, this would look very different. I might even have less errors and integrated other things. I might be using Boon Pro right now for all I know. So we have to keep that in mind. everything I'm doing is in the context of all the things I do every single day. So this is to keep things in mind that I'm not mentioning everything here. It's mind-boggling if I could even rationalize how things impact that I'm doing off stream and on stream, and then the flex things and playing video games. I was playing P5X rigorously for like 10 days while doing all of this stuff. So all of that does play a role, but we're not going to talk about those things. It's a little outside the scope. So what are these new things? And it's going to be in red, right? We placed the pink. So it deals with this part. It actually deals with my scanning cycle. So basically the troubleshooting circuit, which we'll display here. So it deals with this section. And I started doing that yesterday, actually. I started doing this yesterday, and I started doing this today. And that's when, if this troubleshooting cycle occurs, right? If this troubleshooting cycle occurs, we are going to, wherever the troubleshooting cycle is, we are going to integrate back into the mnemonics by extracting the reading and the meeting back into the mnemonics. So now we're doing construction, because construction is very powerful, right? It's one of those things that people would prefer. If you're a creative person, you would prefer to do it from the start, which that's perfectly fine. I'll provide some examples why you can do that, but you don't have to always do that. That's the difference, right? So what have I been doing now? So this extraction, I'm gonna call it like constructive mnemonics, right? Constructive mnemonics. Now, I already mentioned passive and active learning, right? There's also, see, I already mentioned learning, passive and active learning, but there's also passive and active construction. So what is a passive? This is an example of a passive construction. So the passive construction is when the thing you're making is dependent on a source. So WaniKani provides the mnemonics, and you're hoping that you use that mnemonic to achieve something else, right? So you're passively, explicitly accepting the mnemonic, and then everything downstream can be passive for that. Like you just use the mnemonic for what it is, and that's it, right? Or you might even simplify the mnemonic. That's a refinement process, which is still relatively passive. Alternatively, you can actively, like you can turn the passivity into an active construction by using the mnemonic that's provided. Or you can actively do it from the start, right? And this is what a few people talk about. They're like, if I were to use a mnemonic, I would just make it up myself in the first place. So don't use WaniKani. That's usually my first very direct thing. If you are always going to actively construct, go for it, because to me, that is exceptional. If you're able to do it really, really quick, you know, HASICs, right? HASICs kind of give that impression. Make construct. If you can apply HASICs and then lead to active construction, you don't need anything. You know, you practically don't even need any apps if you're already making that. And hear me out. That's how I learned normally. So before I did all of any of this, how I learned normally in graduate school is all the mnemonics come from me. Like, you need to learn this abstraction. Get creative. You need to understand this data, challenge it. That's normal. Now, I could stick with it, right? Like a person spinning their wheels. I could stick with it and say, there's nothing more I can learn about mnemonics. Like, I'm already the GOAT. Like, it's the best method. What does that sound like? Well, it sounds like the exact same thing, only backwards. Like, now I'm in a different position. I'm in the experience category. So to me, I have to sober up. As in, I need to be humbled. And that's what makes this thing interesting. I'm interested in how WaniKani works. So I take this passive mnemonic. So the mnemonic they apply, and I enter constructive mnemonics, which makes the mnemonics an active process. So now whenever I encounter the feedback loop, the loop that happens, the troubleshooting loop, what comes out of it is a mnemonics. I form the relationship between their mnemonics and I unify it. I unify any other loose elements. And when do I do what other loose elements and stuff? Like how do I do that? The answers to the why, how, and when. So I already did some of this. Let's put this in this color. From 100 to 200, some of this was using grouping. And where does the grouping technique or the grouping thing comes from? Duolingo. I already have like a routine in Duolingo a while ago, and it's the dominant approach that Duolingo uses. They use grouping first by visuals, sound, and meaning, and how they converge, right? But they do it implicitly. Now, this information is already available, so it's somewhat of a passive process, but it's not that great. And what I mean is WaniKani already have a list of similar, maybe visuals. I don't know about sound, possibly. I doubt it. I didn't see one. Visuals is kind of sketch, it's incomplete. And then meaning, not really. Like antonyms, synonyms, thematic appropriateness. Like if you're talking about food, you also have eat. Eat is related to food. Drink is related to like water. So that's what Duolingo does. Duolingo uses implicit learning. And that, in my opinion, is the really great hot take here. I don't think the generation of today is equipped to learn implicitly because they believe explicit instructions is the best way to learn. That is the big catch-all. Now, they are also lacking something that Duolingo provides, and it's not dealing with the language comprehension. It's dealing with awareness and problem solving. Like this stuff, active and passive learning is what Duolingo is addressing. It's one of the bigger things that gets you through the door. How do you get a person's foot through the door in language learning? You have to get them to be actively interested in showing up. And then everything else, they're hoping that it follows, but it doesn't. It didn't end up following. And personally, is where most of the criticisms about Duolingo is. It's implicit. It's not explicit learning. So most of the criticisms for Duolingo is it's designed without explicit instructions, without explicit connectivity. It's repetitious because you think you know everything, because there's not enough information to tell you what you don't know. Like, you are not focused on what you don't know in Duolingo. You are only focused on what you do know or what you think you know. And what you think you know is entirely implicit, not explicit. So you don't even know if you know the thing. But they address the one thing that has to come first, or likely come first, which is, are you actively interested or are you passively indifferent? And most of the time, that's where it stops. So in Duolingo, when you do visual association, sound association, and meaning association, it requires that you do it. You are the person doing it. You have to implicitly understand the context between all this. So you can decide to go find it somewhere else if you want and have it explicitly explained to you, or you go find something else that also provides engagement, immersion with your favorite YouTube content or your favorite podcast person that provides engagement. And then they explicitly explain the relationships to you, or maybe implicitly engage you in a way that you can understand it implicitly, right? But to me, the people who are already passively learning in the first place, who seemingly want to be actively engaged in their language, they are most likely also the people who are not well equipped in learning implicitly. So to me, yes, I agree. Duolingo has a weird combination of things. They expect that people who are not motivated enough or seemingly not sure be really, really welcome to the streak and the gamification, expecting them to learn implicitly. Gamification people do not learn implicitly. I'm going to be very honest here. The internet does not, when you think of gamification, the internet does not lean, like historically, like factually, when you think of video games, they do not, the most popular video games do not learn implicitly. They might learn implicitly once in a lifetime, and then the rest of the video games is a reinforcement of that skill. So once you step your foot through the door and you learned, which is why learning is fantastic, if it's implicit, a balance of implicit and explicit instructions, when they are hooked and they learn, all of the subsequent experiences are iterative designs of the first one. They don't start over. They don't decide to learn a new game. They stick with the same game. There are facts written along the wall. It's observable in human behavior. When given the choice, you learn a skill and you iterate on that skill, regardless of gamification, regardless of how engaging or interesting or applicable the information is. When given a choice, statistically, it is very likely that the person learns one skill and they never want to start over, right? So what does that mean? That also means that they do not train in the way of implicitly looking for things that they don't otherwise pay attention to. So it's unfortunate, but I think one of the root problems, or one of the root, it's not a problem in the sense of design or learning, or like, it's not morally or ethically a conflict. It's a conflict of interest when it comes to coincidences. A person who is already passively learning something, who doesn't believe that they can learn another language, is already passively not sure. They are not actively thinking they can do it. So they are not entering thinking that they are going to double down on these things. They are hoping that something inspires them to do so. So the last thing I would expect from a pre-selection factor like that is that they are going to be ham, and in like the large majority. We're talking about majorities. We're not talking about all or nones. It's expecting the large majority of users to be good at implicit learning. Implicit learning is motivated by the person. It is the opposite of explicit learning, which often is more passive. So when you have everything explained to you, it can match what that person likely behave like. And then you can use that passivity to encourage them to be more active in their learning. It is possible to do it that way, but that's not the way Duolingo does it. So the content is presented in a manner that the selection factor that keeps the people coming is at odds with each other. Now, apps like Anki, for example, like a platform like Anki or WaniKani, their self-selection is more coherent. So when it just happens that the SRS is like kind of fits the selection, a lot of times people would say, you know, in the grammar area, it's like, oh, SRS isn't really fit to present grammar stuff. You might be able to learn the foundations, but then it kind of falls apart. Yeah, there are things that are intrinsically in conflict with each other. So this is what I mean by awareness. You can answer that question yourself. So can Duolingo work? Yes, it can. Does Duolingo do those things? No, they probably don't. But is the content still there for you to learn? Yes, it is. So despite all of that, it is still designed to do what it's doing. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll produce the results. So the nice thing about having self-awareness in this nature, like the way you go about doing this, is that you don't really have to worry about if a tool isn't going to do everything for you. You know what to look for. You know where to get it. You could, and if there's no one producing it or getting it, you make it. Right? And that's the last step. Construction. You make your solution. Make it. Now, why is it it's my last solution? It's because it's the solution that takes up the most time. It takes up the most effort. So I can't just go willy-nilly and make everything over again. That's like taking all the things I like about WaniKani, all the things I like about Duolingo, all the things avoiding all the things I don't like about each other currently, and then slapping it together and expecting myself to make all of it from scratch or something like that. That's someone else's business. So here is where I have a counter argument to someone who says, oh, well, you know, they're watching someone else do something. They're saying, oh, well, if it were me, I would do this. It's like, go do it and see how pragmatic that is. Because if I had to wager, that person will start doing it and then they'll give up halfway because it's too much work. It's a balancing act. It's not all or none. So what am I doing here? I know the selection factor for when I'm constructing the mnemonic. I'm not doing it for everything. I'm not rewriting what WaniKani is going to do. WaniKani is providing me with their mnemonics in which I am going to use this circuit only when their mnemonic fails, causes me to troubleshoot after scanning, so I can decide how I'm going to construct the mnemonics, right? So I only take the information that is just good enough for me to remember that and not put in even more effort, because I don't know how much harder this is going to be. I don't know yet how much time this is going to take. Sort of. Because I'm taking it from a perspective of someone who's doing this for the first time. But again, there is a little bit of an asterisk. I already do this normally for other things. So this part is actually one of my fastest process. It is so much faster for me to connect things together creatively. That's what I do most of my life. Like when someone comes to me with a problem, I connect the dots. I solve the problem and then connect the dots. You provide me with information, I find the solution. That's what I do at the highest level. Like, what I mean is not the highest like skill level. We're talking about at the highest complexity, right? When you're thinking about top-down approach, right? At this top complexity, that's where I'm at normally. I'm typically at the highest complexity. I look at bigger pictures first. I'm a holistic person. I tend to look at things holistically before, and then finding the patterns and associations, and then through those comparisons, I find the smaller components. That's the element of biology. It's one of the things, like, you're trying to solve a problem, it's too complicated. So what do? You observe at its complexity level, and then you try to decompose it into a smaller component so you can like gain more nuance and more controllability about it, right? Appreciate the smaller things. So for me, this is normal. So what happened is now I infuse the process with something I do regularly all the time. But here's the humbling nature of doing something the way other people want to do it. I learned, look at this, how much blue and like blue-green is there than red. There's far more blue than red because I spent the last 200 days trying to learn maybe as close or as I transform the way other people may be learning now. If I were so caught up in the way I learn, like the most ideal way that I would learn, I wouldn't be talking about any of this because I didn't learn anything about the learning process. Like, I didn't have to do all this other stuff, like looking at kanji, hanzu, radicals, mnemonics. Honestly, I probably just read a book and then write down everything that I don't know and then learn those things and then assume everything else is already good to go. And that would be like immersion learning, or applying comprehensible input to a form of immersion learning. It's like, yeah, that's cool. Like, it works. Does this work? It works. Almost all the things that I've touched so far works, but it's not necessarily because they were designed in a manner to optimize for learning or something like the best way and min-maxing and all that. They're trying to provide a one-size-fits-all model to getting people to start language learning, and then hoping, in my opinion, my honest belief is, I would hope that the people are making language learning or app models and like learning models, their final target is that the people that use their app become independent of the app. And I don't think that's true so far. Not like so far in any of the apps. There's no quality of life. Like, there's quality of life from word of mouth though. So that's what I like about the greater language learning community. There's a quality for word of mouth encouragement. It's like, oh, hey, this is where you level 30. And when you get to level 30 in WaniKani, this is where you should go off and enjoy and read some newspapers or news articles in Japanese. Or that's the human part, right? The moment you become less reliant on the foundations, the moment you go off and trailblaze your own path through the stuff. But I think a lot of times where it falls up short is that people fall short. They fall short because they didn't get there, or they didn't believe they got there, or others decide to put them down before they even get there. And to me, the most heartwarming thing about learning or watching people learn is when they get there. When they get to the point where it's them. Like, it's the red part. It's this part where you become the active creator. And that's usually the last step of most things. What is the last step of language? Creating your own sentences, like, like expressing yourself in your own novel way with an understanding of, all the under foundations and whatnot. But it's easily the most effortful way. I'm not talking about imitation here. Like, this is different from saying, oh, do you sound natural, by mirroring someone that you mirrored after. That's not the same as, are you creating word puns despite other people don't know what your word puns are? Like, we're talking about creative, the level of creativity, as in that same expert that created that app, that is creation from what they learned. Did you create something? Did you create a sentence? Are you writing novel ideas or funny different ways that a foreigner interacts with Japanese that Japanese people can't interact with because Japanese only know about Japanese things? That type of thing is a whole nother level. And that's up to you if you want to do that. You don't really have to do any of this. For myself, it takes the most time. So that's my counter argument to someone who says, oh yeah, they can do it. It's like, good. Go and do it, and then demonstrate to me how much effort it takes. Because it's easy to say you can do something versus you actually doing it. It's easy to answer questions if you know all the answers. Good, go and do it. Get all the answers first, and then tell me it's easy. Right? Idealism, explicitness, many of these are tied to the same level of incompetence as well, and a lack of experience. It is easy to do something when you lack the experience to know how pragmatically feasible it is. So for myself, when it comes to learning, I've got crushed before. I've got crushed by physics. I've got crushed by instrumental chemistry. I've gotten crushed by so many things that I can't comprehend. I can't even comprehend kicking a football or a soccer ball, for those who prefer the other words. Like, I can't even comprehend catching a baseball, or how even the mitt helps you with catching a baseball. So there are things that I don't understand, and I can choose to try to understand them. The act is that we have priorities. So with experience comes that awareness. If there's oversight in humanity, right? Like, as a human being, you have oversights that can be complemented with a series of processes that allows you to become aware of your own things. Like, I'm still missing a lot of elements that I wanted to talk about today, but I think I've overstayed. Yeah, I think I kind of overstayed this stuff. But there's so much more that I overlook or haven't mentioned because they're even less important. To say they're less important is because they didn't come up first, right? It's through practice and awareness. Here's a thing that I was going to do before. I was gonna share like the top 10 recent things that triggered me. Like the character Cole. I can share a few. Like, we'll color this in something else. Maybe yellow? Like, I was gonna do some fun things like Cole with so they're both in Kun, right? I talked about this earlier. So these two have a convergence. They have a convergence on meaning, association, and syntax, or context in which they're being used. By coincidence, I guess. And they have some structural similarities as well. They also have stroke similarities. If you look at it, it's kind of funny because they actually have the same number of edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are a lot of things similar about this. One of their meanings are associated, and one of their kuns are associated, and how I remembered some of the things, they're also associated. So it created a really interesting, like, extra fun thing that led to a mistake, but it's also funny that it happened. So like they're both right, when it comes to a kun read. And specifically, I'm talking about au. They're both au. And then if you interpretively, if you're not pedantic enough and specific, they're both interpretively giving the feeling of joining together. So then I had to go and bootstrap through my loop and ask myself where, when, where can I differentiate? How do I differentiate between them? And I've done that loop in real time a couple days ago, right? A couple days stat. There's still one more thing I need to mention, which I thought I would get to do during these 200 days. And that was one final loop. And it's at the end, and it's outside of this. So we talked about reviews, right? This is regarding reviews. I won't talk about lessons. I think lessons got expedited, basically. I think a lot of the things I talk about reviews occur during lessons. So we're gonna say roughly this is also regarding lessons, how the encoding stuff works. Man. Actually, I take it back. That requires another thing in the future. Maybe I'll do another thing in the future. Like lessons deal with visualization. I'll do a really quick version. So when it comes to lessons, I don't think it has changed to some extent. So when it comes to lessons, the lesson cycle, you take in the information, right? You take in the information. So you take WaniKani's mnemonics. And what I then do is I test it against empathy. So does it resonate with you? I know this sounds very generic, but we're gonna truncate this. I don't want to go through this. So lesson, WaniKani mnemonics, and then empathy. I ask myself, can I empathize with it? And how do I empathize with it? I usually use visually. And then emotionally. I know this sounds a little bit backwards, like visually can be emotional. I get that. But does it elicit an emotion? So the first thing I actually do is I actually do visuals, like mind's eye. So if they write a mnemonic, I think to myself, can I picture this easily? Like, so this is Mind Palace. Mind Palace adjacent. And then if all else fails, I can do a Mind Palace again, but not Mind Palace adjacent. So what does this mean? Say like it's I'm trying to think of one. Like an ice ogre. Like like say you have to connect eagle with mix, right? And they mentioned something like, oh, when you were mixing a cake, an eagle then comes in and like eats it. And now your sad. I don't have a real example, so unfortunately, because I haven't been constructing these mnemonics. Not yet, anyways. And you're sad. And that's supposed to get you to remember sa, for example, sa in sad, right? Can I picture it? Can I picture mixing the cake? Is that something that I relate to? Like watching an eagle, it's like, okay, I'll try that. I'll try to visualize it. And then how do I feel about it, right? And why is this mind palace adjacent? Is mind palace adjacent because oftentimes it's only mind palace if it's something that's structured around you. So like you can picture your house with, you walk into your house, there's a staircase to your right, like you're looking, the hallway splits in two, staircase on the right, and then the hallway goes to the kitchen, and then as you're going towards the kitchen, the first left is the living room. If you're visualizing that now, right, that layout, you can make the staircase the eagle. And then when you're going through the hallway, the mixing. And then when you look to the left, the living room, you might see the cake. Right? Like, it doesn't have to be the exact visualization. When you mind palace, you're organizing the information by associating with objects that you're going through. But when it's a mind palace adjacent, you're substituting that with someone else's construction. So you can reorient that and put it in an order that you're used to. Like you could say, all right, well, instead of saying there's an eagle and then you're mixing your cake and then the eagle eats it, you could say, well, you decided to do some mixing in order to create cake batter. Meanwhile, the eagle from outside decide to fly in to eat it, and now you're sad. If you rearrange the things, you can attach them to a path, like a mind palace path. So as you're walking through the objects, the things are happening in the order that helps you remember the relationship. So you can reorder things. And that's what you can do during the encoding process. So when you're encoding, if you reorder something, you're already constructing. You're already constructing something. You decided, nah, that's not the order I want to remember it in. And what is that? What does this imitate? Taking notes. You remember in class, when you're sitting in class and you're wondering, even the act of taking notes, I somehow remember it better than not taking notes at all. It's because when you're taking notes, it also makes it more active. So during the lesson process, I have started to be more active and active quicker because I kind of already know what they're using. So it's a combination, but one of the things I do is now I shorthand filter WaniKani mnemonics by looking for keywords, and their keywords are already highlighted. So I guess that's what they intend. So when I see G, it's Jesus. When I see cheese, it's chi. That's it. So the moment I do that, I already know most of the scenarios that they're going to use for cheese and how they orient it to create it. So is that part of my mind palace already? Most of it is. I've constructed the organization and decomposed how the gang, the company does it, like the group. And then occasionally when they go out of that group, I have to reconstruct it, right? Like in a different way. So overall, during the lessons, I'm creating a scaffold in my mind where most of their mnemonics fit the classic example. And how to get to the different answers is that there is just enough detail to differentiate between the two. So if there are 4 things that are mentioned, eagle, mix, cake, sad. If eagle, mix comes up, I need more. So if it's eagle, mix, cake, I still need more. If it's eagle, mix, cake, I don't know, happy, then they're different. So over time, WaniKani didn't go beyond like 5 different elements. So you can ascribe that to 5 different elements and you can repeat the same process over and over again. So now I just sieve for keywords. Take those keywords, ask myself, can I empathize? Visualize it, attach it to my mind palace or mind palace adjacent because it's kind of their mind palace and my mind palace at the same time. And then ask myself, do I have an emotional bent on it? Because emotional bent can be a little bit, it's a little bit more effortful. So it takes up time. So I don't want to like spend too much time. I only need to do just enough to encode the lesson. And then the rest will handle itself. Now you might be saying, well, yeah, so it's slightly passive, right? It's passive and active. What happens when it doesn't work? This happens when it doesn't work anymore. That plugs up the rest. So the ones that don't work in encoding is going to end up here. And what does this do? It makes me go back and take notes and create my own mnemonic that is still using their mnemonic, but now it's reinforcing the thing. So anything that slips through the crack comes back around to reinforcing, but now in review, not in lessons. It's no longer a lesson anymore. It's in review, right? So that's what I ended up doing in lessons. So now lessons go really quick. So I went from reading everything like, oh, okay, so this is this is that. This is probably the way they're going to connect it. It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. This is the way they're going to connect it. This is the way they're going to connect. And the ones that I do read, when all this fails, if it's a new one, I read the rest. I read it. And then I go back. I go back to this. And these are for the new stuff. So occasionally, where are all the new stuff happening? Kunyomis. Standalone kunyomis. And that is where the weakest part of WaniKani is for me right now. Because it is the part that I don't have my hands in. I don't have an active part in the kunyomi. The kunyomi sucks a lot of times. Like tuna for tuna. Like tuna. But tuna is attached to level 18, first one on the column, next to easy. This is how I remember things, right? So I don't even know what that character is right now. But when the character shows up, I will know it. That's why it's broken. It's not like filled yet. And I know where the position is. So I'm even like understanding where the position is, what it's associated with, which level it is, or it's actually the first group. Like the first group of either level 18 or level 19. So I know where to look. Unfortunately, that's as much as I get on the spot. So that's what I'm doing. So all this new weaker stuff, I'm decided it's time to make constructive mnemonics for them because the information simply does not exist, or that relationship is required for me. So that's the fastest way I can get through lessons. Now there's one more thing outside of lessons and reviews. And I think I'm going to need an extra slide. No. I can do this. So we're going to do this down here. Actually, you know what? Let's use a little bit of magic here. Because this part is kind of important. So we're going to go down the right side for this. And there's one more little element. How much time do I have? It's 8:43. That's not too bad. I'm ahead of schedule, actually. Interestingly enough. There's one more thing. And it's under... which I thought I was going to do early, but I haven't. It's called Extra Study. So, there's another collection of things under Extra Study. You can redo your lessons, your most recent lessons, so the current levels lessons. Right? Which that's not the important part, but that's part of the Extra Study. And then you can do your burned items. My thought is, so technically I could do this manually myself, you know, create an Anki deck, so create 3 separate Anki decks and then sort them. But you know what? Where WaniKani provides, I can do something about it, right? So how can I make this useful? Well, burn items mean that it cycles randomly, right? To test all burn items up to this point. And it has only been recently. So in the last 14 days, like 2 weeks, in the last 2 weeks, we reached our first burn item. And now there are like 300 burn items. I don't actually remember. It's approximately 300 burn items. And most of them have gone pretty okay. Like, it's as expected. Like about less than 3% of them were like iffy. And then there might be one that's in trouble, right? Like 4s, right? We're going back to this cycle. So and that means that I need a burn cycle loop. So I was gonna do burn evaluations. So this is our burn evaluation cycle. First, the burn comes up. So the burned review. The burn review. What do? I do the threshold test, right? So for the burn review, you go through the entire review cycle. Right? And if you go through the entire review cycle, yeah, I ask myself, did I troubleshoot? Which is up here, right here. So did I, after going through the review cycle, did I end up troubleshooting? Right? If no, it's a good burn. Which you'll hear me say. That's what I say. I'm like, oh, this must be a burn item. That's a good burn. That's a decent burn. Yeah, that's okay enough. Good enough burn. Right? That means it's gone. It is gone for long enough that won't involve WaniKani anymore. Like for a while, right? So those are the good burns. We're talking about like ich, ni, san, you know, yon, or shi, actually she first, going the other way. But anyways, like those are the things. It's a good burn. If yes, we have a new thing. We go into the resurrection cycle. And I kind of talked about this earlier. So what does the resurrection cycle look like? So it's going to be along the bottom. It's just going to go to the right. So resurrection. So there's a way to, when you burn something, you can throw it back into the SRS. So you can de-level it as though it has never been learned before, right? You can throw it back into the cycle. So there are multiple things I have to consider, which I've already done, by the way, here. It's involved in why, how, when, because we already know that. In the troubleshooting phase, we already know how, why, when, right? But the reason why it didn't get solved by this is because it's way after. All these things that are getting burned have no opportunity to be able to construct. I do not make constructive mnemonics for these things. So this is retroactively being done to the burn items. So now when I resurrect, if they are a resurrecting cycle, right, evaluation, there's another meta level of how I'm going to evaluate these, because this is even further at the end. I don't want to have to do this more than once ever again. So this is going to sound like a lot of work, but it is like the last thing. And if it doesn't set, I don't care about it anymore. Like, it's not that important. It will not be more important than moving on and doing something else. So these are the resurrection evaluations. I find out, I use the how, when, and where. And some of the things I would consider is, where are the other kuns, and ons? Right? Where are the other meanings? Where are the other applications? And then where are the other contexts? So what does that mean for this? So if there is another example, so when I resurrect, usually it's not dealing with radicals. It usually deals with kanji, because radicals are already out. They don't meet kun or on, right? Because they don't have kun or on. So they're already eliminated. All radicals are going to go get burned regardless. It's sieving out radicals. I don't expect to ever have problems where the radicals diminish my understanding. So now we're going straight to kanji. So they're kuns and ons. If they're associated by kun and ons, I wait. So this whole loop here, I wait to see, to burn multiples. And usually it would be like, I'm going to say 3+ right now is what I'm thinking. So if I burn more than 3 instances of the same kun on the same kanji and or the vocabulary word, and they all become bad, like they were all bad consistently, then I would resurrect all 3 of them at the same time. If they are confused or related by meaning, they would, all 3 of them would get rezzed at the same time. And this is out of 4. So this is 4 things, but any one is enough. And it's kind of in this order because of this is Duolingo again. This is how Duolingo does things. Sound. This is sound, right? Kun-on is sound. Meaning is association. Application is like when, like where you would find this stuff. Like maybe like grammar rules. Maybe they're all verbs. They're all nouns. They're all like a particular part of speech. And then context. Basically, what is the theme? Like, if they're food, I could resurrect eat with a food item that kind of reminds me of eat. So it's going from lesser to most, right? And then there is a little bit in meaning, which also involves mnemonics. So if the existing mnemonics is where it's being mixed or contrasting, that also goes underneath. So any one of these commonalities will allow me to resurrect them in groups. What this does is it will synchronize. It will synchronize those items based on my associations. Yes, the kun was not something I created, but I lumped them together because they are it. So I could have a ryo next to another ryo, but the meaning is really, really far apart because they just happen to be homophones or homonyms or whatever you want to call them, right? Or tall can be next to fat, which is next to short. But how does that work? Tall and short are related, and being fat can affect being tall and short. Like, the associations are made by me, right? So what happens is then you would have these items come up at the same time. So that would mean that I'm mechanically also recalling them together. I'm literally and figuratively, right? Mechanically and figuratively clustering them together. And there's going to be times when there are 4 different. What is a great thing about this? I will naturally group all the predicates that use the same character, but they're either intransitive or transitive, and also maybe a definition twist or an extra step. They would all then get resurrected if they produce trouble. So what happens then is it's doing the thing that Duolingo already does, that people think they know or understand because they understand all the separate parts, but you don't understand how they're associated with each other. Like, Duolingo removes that, by the way. Like, oh, hey, this is a section on food, so naturally they'll give you all the things that deal with food. They'll give you like 4 or 5 solid foods, 2 or 3 beverages, and then they'll tell you how to conjugate nomu. Something like that, right? You can do that too in SRS, but SRS doesn't do that. SRS doesn't do that because they're not focused on context. They're focused on exposure to the kanji. So whenever you need to say, oh yeah, SRS doesn't teach you how to form sentences and they don't teach you context, is because that's not their design. But you can still group words together based on what you understand as context, what you're going to use in a sentence. And in the future, when you group these things together, they might actually happen. The example that I chose is really far apart, but that's also how you think a lot of times, or at least that's how I think. Like, I can get from tall to fat and then suddenly think short, right? I can think of face, surface, right? Face, surface, and ground. And ground can end up being area and community and society. Society then can become population and continent. Like, those are the associations you make. So you can do many different tricks and fun little things. And it might not be like the best way to do things, but I'm creating them. So I will likely remember them myself. So not only am I taking control of all the things that fall through the cracks, I'm finding another way to remind myself a different way of what the words are. I'm not using the same thing over and over again. Like, it's fine to use the same thing over and over again, but the more you are engaged with how to remember something, the more likely you'll use it. And it sounds absurd, but when was the last time you find someone who cares about something when you ask them, hey, can you explain this to me? And they speak a bunch of gibberish as though it's like breathing. And when they're breathing, they're talking about advanced level stuff, but you just have no idea what they're saying. And then they have to come down to earth and try to reduce it. That is passion. That passion makes you active. So yes, it will be funny when I have to explain to someone, how do I get to like Su? I think of Superman. And then how do I get to Geki? I think of a dramatic Geki. I think of a dramatic gecko. Like, I think of the Geico commercial gecko to get to Geki for drama. That's the stuff that you can't compensate for. Like, they're so infinite, unfathomable for one's lifetime, unfathomable combinations of ways you can encode a memory and fetch it and retain it. So why not use some of it? And hear me out. There are so many concerns about, but what if you run out of ideas? It's like, you only think you run out of ideas for your mortal life is because you decided that you want to stay in a box. At least in my opinion. Like, for example, some people would say, well, what if you get Chinese and Japanese confused? Like, there are so many things you can associate. You can come up with more ideas than it could be expressed with the characters that you need to learn between Chinese and Japanese. And you can also consolidate them because some things are the same, some things are different, and you want to remember that they're different, so make them different, but also the same. When someone smiles and say they're the same but different, that is what I'm talking about. Like, they don't have problems distinguishing that they are confusing, largely because there's enough to differentiate between them. So if something is the same and confusing, make it more different. Like, but how, why, where, when, like, how are you going to do that? Well, you have to know why it's happening in the first place, right? Or when it's happening, or how it's happening. And then the rest fills in on itself, in my opinion. It automatically allows you to have clarity over, okay, well, this is a problem. How do I go about it? Well, let me find out why and where it's happening right now. Okay. All right, so I can think of a way that I can make sure there are multiple ways that this is not going to occur again. Or if it occurs again, I'll think of more ways. So this is my way. Like, now I have a reason. And then, by the way, the very last thing that I do to bootstrap is every once in a while, I'm going to do another burn review. So we're gonna have a special time. I wouldn't say oh, it's not on here anymore. So there are downtimes. So day 5, I like day 5 and day 10s in the cycle are super low volume days. Courtesy of that this cycle. Oops. This cycle right here. So this cycle, day 5s and day 10s are very low. So at some point, I'm gonna do a burn cycle review. And what that does is I'm gonna go into extra studies. I'm gonna go into extra studies and go fishing. we'll do like, I don't know. Either we decide on a time limit or like a count, and I'm gonna go fishing. So every once in a while, I'm just gonna test the pool of burn evaluations, and I'm gonna be like, oh, okay, we hit on one. Do I have enough to do a resurrection evaluation? And if it does, then it's gonna go back in the pool. It's gonna go back into my reviews and my lessons. And what this is going to do is it's gonna separate. It's gonna consistently separate between maintenance, what's in maintenance, versus what's active. And I'm gonna do this at the end. At the end. I call it like the lightning round or something. But the maintenance, it should be maintenance. All the stuff in the burn should be low effort, not even like at the edge of like strenuous, because it's the last thing I do, right? The last thing I do is going to be low in energy. I understand there's a little wrinkle that my troubleshooting circuit, right, is also kind of at the end of the session. It can be a little tough, so I'll think about how I'm gonna try to negotiate this. But usually WaniKani is also not even the end of my day. Hanzuhiro comes up after that, and Hanzuhiro uses a separate cycle to allow me to end the day doing the thing that requires the least amount of energy. Hanzuhiro, I end with reviewing for the day in a different way. That's entirely different. So we'll speak about that more in the context of Hanzuhiro in the future. Yeah, but that's a wrap. That's it. You might be saying, well, that's it. You just spent maybe, I don't know how long I spent. It actually wasn't that long. It's like less than 4 hours. That's exactly where I thought I was going to be. Somewhere around 4 hours. Yeah. Some people, you know, if you roll around, it's like, well, dude, you just made such a big deal about everything. It's like, yeah, I do make a big deal about everything. I make it a big deal to myself, because if I make it a big deal to myself, I don't stop learning. It's very interesting. I think it's interesting. If you don't care about it, that's perfectly fine. If you're going to come around and say, well, no one's going to view this, it's like, I don't care. Like, it's not for everyone, nor is it, I'm not selling this. I'm sharing. It's open generosity. It's free. So if you're angry that I'm sharing something for free, that's like the person who's complaining about a video game they spent playing 3,000 hours and it's free and no one's forcing them to play, and they go around boycotting it but continues to play the game, right? This is free. I already said I have no plans on like trying to market something or not. I wanted to share. Like, it's fun to share. But really, the main reason I'm doing this is I practice what I preach. I make a recording of what I do. I practice to see if I can actually explain these things and organize the thoughts myself, because I personally do believe that later down the road, I will execute this at a professional level. And I want to help before I die, I guess. Before I die in my midlife crisis, I do want to help very select people that I trust, or maybe have a form of trust. I want them to be successful. I love seeing people being successful. That it does involve people doing what they want or doing what they believe is great without being marred and comparatively sapped of joy, because comparison is inevitably the theft of joy for many of passions, right? But also use it in a professional way that can be pragmatic to people's success. And in this way, this is purely a hobby. So if you think this is too much in investing in my own, right, in my own enrichment for language learning, imagine how much harder I would work if I actually had a job. Honestly, my job was so strenuous that I couldn't even do it for a really long time like I wanted to. And then most people would say, well, what's a long time? 2/3 of my life so far. So this, to me, hobbies, I treat hobbies even less than I treat jobs. If I'm responsible for someone's success, oh, I go even harder than this, like 300 to 400%. I can't even express how much easier it is to be responsible for just myself. But if I'm ever responsible for someone else's success, yeah, it's a no fail zone. And sometimes you might be saying, well, what if you crack under pressure? I have cracked under pressure before, but I certainly wouldn't give up well before anyone else. And that's largely because my threshold is very high. Like, I care about a lot of things. I care about my integrity and my pride. I also care about my own self-improvement. So any little thing, any little like generosity that I give, I'm merely doing it for myself. So if someone says, man, that you only do these things because that's the way you like to hear yourself talk, it's like, I do like to hear myself talk. It would be very hard to be an effective communicator if you don't like hearing yourself talk. Like, how else are you going to evaluate yourself on how you communicate? How do you vary your cadence? How are you able to sound loving and caring? How do you speak another language? Learn another language? Actually believe what you say when you said you don't actually speak in different voices when you speak different target languages? How do you know these things without listening to yourself and wanting or liking or even having a love-hate relationship with evaluating how you speak? Right? There's a difference between someone calling me out and saying that I don't know a lot about communication when they themselves barely ever communicate anyways. That's not even the pot calling the kettle black. That's someone outside not understanding anything. That you're not even a pot or a kettle. Like, you don't even help cook things. You're like a spoon. So I do try my best to practice what I preach, both intellectually and in practice. This is one of the few things that I would say. I'm a fickle human being because most human beings are fickle. It's a human condition. We are guided by our desires and our subjective and objective mind. But there are a few things that are incredibly consistent. And one of them is I can smile and joke while being serious. So this here is what I feel, how serious I take learning. So if you're not serious like that, it's perfectly fine. Don't, like, again, comparison is a death of joy. But one thing I can tell you is I practice what I do because I think if I ever make a friend or if I ever am responsible for someone, I have to be good at this. This is my, like, not even my magnus opus or what have you, right? I've been doing this since I stepped into a college, right? Like, I've been tutoring people, right? I've been tutoring people, helping other friends, sharing notes, collaborating, ever since I could start thinking abstractly and understanding my own way of learning or different ways and taking people's, ever since I've reached that critical mass, we start then worrying about what can we impart to other people. So communication is involved in teaching and advice. Emotional intelligence, behavioral understanding, psychology, that is involved in disseminating even the most complex, objective, physical sciences you can have. Your legacy is the imprint you leave on the next generation, or any generation for that matter. So, how do you want to spend your legacy? For me, single person makes my life worth it, at least in my opinion. I know that sounds like a low ball hanging, low hanging fruit standard, but hear me out. If you're like me, it doesn't matter how low the standard is. I'm always aiming high. Right? When people are concerned that, oh, you're going too easy on yourself, aren't you worried that you'll always give yourself excuse? It doesn't matter what the bottom line is. I'm still aiming at the top. Am I going to get to the top? It doesn't matter. I'm always aiming at the top. You can call it a lifetime full of futility, but I call it a lifetime worth of challenges. And that's what I wanted to end with, right? It's a great way to end. It's an auspicious way. Maybe a little bit motivating, maybe slightly cynical, but I can earnestly say language learning is fantastic. I can spend days not even learning any language and still just completely talk about immersing in how people process approaching language learning. It's kind of the reason why I wanted to be a college professor in the first place. Get to mentor like 2 or 3 students, being a tenure faculty, researching a difficult problem and watching graduate students become like smarter than me, right? More skilled than me, and have them come back every like 3 or 4 years, showing me all the fantastic things they've discovered, and then they go on to mentor things. That's like such a beautiful thing. It's so beautiful. That's the part of humanity that I earnestly feel has eroded, deteriorated over the years. People don't even talk to each other like they're learning things anymore. They just tell each other things. That's what they do. Like it's very disheartening. 9 out of 10 times people don't listen, and I mean actively listen. They just talk at each other. They talk at each other through a one-way mirror. Like they don't see. Oh wait, that's maybe the other way. Like they don't see the person they're talking to. They're just talking at a wall or at a screen, for example. I know this is too real, but they talk at a screen and believe that everyone's listening. That's the filter we live in. And I'm still doing the same, by the way. But I like to believe that the things I'm telling myself and the things I'm sharing occasionally might leave an imprint on someone else. And that is sufficient enough for me. I will continue to do this crazy amount of unnecessary work for anyone who thinks it's unnecessary. I don't think this stuff exists anymore on the internet. And we're talking about like uncurated, anecdotal celebration of how your mind works. How tackling questions and answers, despite even knowing the answer. What is the value of learning something or making something if someone has already made it? This is an example of doing something that someone probably already done, or millions of other has already done in some way, shape, or form, but making it irreproducible. I will challenge, like, feel free. Like, I welcome everyone, obviously, to humble me and tell me that there is someone else who literally presented the way they use SRS, especially WaniKani, bonus points for WaniKani, if it looks exactly like this. If it does, I really want to meet that person and we can be best friends. Then we can create things together that is unimaginable. So if I find another person who offers like a different spin on whatever I said today, I want to meet that person because we can make wonderful things together. Otherwise, feel free to throw your hot takes, commentary, and I'll do my standard outro. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. right? If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to pick up WaniKani, try it out for yourself, engage yourself, and you are more than welcome to stop on by, offer your thoughts, your evaluations. Heck, go record your evaluations. Go write a paper about your evaluations. Share it with people. Learn to discuss and disseminate. Come on by. We'll exchange ideas, strategize. And as always, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch everyone later. Minasan, mata ne. Bye bye.